If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
It is, and I gotta say good morning to a bunch of denim-wearing road gangers live from the House of Passport, also known as the Degas House. Good morning, Dave Nemo.
From the Degas Denim House.
The DD.
Oh, wait, here we go. The Degas Denim Den. Oh, you can't say that three times
Oh,
fast.
God, just do it once. You got it.
Degas Denim. Oh, you can't do it.
Degas Denim Den House. No, Degas Denim Den.
Degas
Boom.
Denim Den.
Now it's going to be a good day.
Yeah, okay. Why are we talking about denim? Well, today is Blue Jean Day. I don't know why it's Blue Jean Day because the weird thing, Andre, is that we don't know when they were invented, for one thing. But everybody goes to Levi Strauss, Levi Strauss. But Levi Strauss was a businessman. He wasn't a tailor. He didn't sew jeans together.
Yeah.
But he came up with the idea of what my jeans, which I am wearing today.
You got Levi's on?
Well, they're another brand.
Yeah, they got jeans. The one time I'm not wearing jeans, but you're looking good, sir.
Well, they have they still have the little rivets on them. On
Yes.
the pockets, and that's what makes them jeans. Yeah. That takes them away from the world of pants into the world of jeans. But it was on May 20th, 1873, that Levi Strauss and the tailor, whose name was Jacob Davis, basically got together and patented the whole idea of the blue jean.
Yep.
Yeah, they were called waist overalls.
When did that stop happening? I need that to come back.
I like that.
I like those waist overalls you got going on.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You have to come up with a different name for a T-shirt to go with the waist overalls. And you have a completely new fashion trend, new stores, new online shopping. I mean, it could save the world in terms of the economic problems.
Honey, do you
that
know
we
where I
have.
put my WOs? Where's my waist overalls?
There you go.
There you go.
I like that.
Well, good morning, Dave. Good to have you this
It's
Friday
great to
morning.
be here. I just posted a comment on the not Facebook, but on the YouTube page that I'm here and you're here. Well, you're normally here on a Friday. They pulled me in at the last minute to cover for Jim because he's on a plane. I mean, he's literally on a plane right now.
He's in the sky.
He's heading to Bangor.
Yep.
And then he will drive up to Columbia Falls.
Yep.
And join Dean Croak, who got there.
For what?
For Wreaths Across America. Yeah, man.
Woo!
Yeah. So it all happens next weekend.
Yep. I'm excited.
And he's up there for the opening ceremonies, and then they'll be trailing down to Washington, D.C. Tara will be on hand,
Nice.
and Lindsay will be on hand as well. We're going to have a blast up there in D.C. We'll be all over. We'll be covering a lot of bases, so
Okay.
we'll actually not be together at the same place at the same time, except for the Friday evening banquet.
Okay,
The Wreaths
perfect.
Across America banquet for the drivers and everybody who participated, all the volunteers. And then we'll be together on Saturday morning for the actual wreath-laying ceremonies at Arlington.
Man, we're going back to the old school right now, Dave, because we're doing 7 days a week this week, aren't we?
We are doing 7 days a week, making up for that Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yeah, nah, man, we were still working. All right, don't let the turkey and all that stuff fool you.
We have not lost our desire and our willingness and our enthusiasm for being on the air
Yes.
every day.
Yes.
But sometimes you just can't do what you want to do until things happen to make it possible to do what you want to do. So I'm figuring next Thanksgiving we'll be live. We'll be eating turkey as we speak.
Oh,
on the
that would be
radio.
nice. Like turkey on the biscuits while we're sitting here doing the show.
Yes. turkey biscuits for breakfast.
Oh, please and thank you.
Thanksgiving, all right. So anyhow, I just want to say hi to Marshall, a paranormal, I can't say anything this morning.
You got it.
Paranormal Pie Man, Trucker Bosun is out there, and Chowda, and let's see, who else? Skippy, and Scooper, and Lovey and Earl. They always say something real nice at the top of the morning. So thank you guys for being out there with us. Hit the like buttons, though, because there is one like button punched. And you know who did it? Me.
Yeah, get on it. And
I hate to do it because, well, it's me, but, they don't know it's me, but I just told everybody.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean they don't know it's you?
No, I mean the people who are in charge.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Whatever this is here.
The guy with the name on it, putting the like in there. Well, the phone lines are also open at 615-292-6366. What's that number again, Dave?
615-292-6366.
Also known as Nemo. So give us a call because this first half, we're just hanging out until we get our first couple of guests in.
Yeah. Well, it is National Blue Jean Day, and folks don't really know where blue jeans come from.
Tell us.
We think they come from Walmart.
The first one I got was from Sam Walton.
Yeah. So patent number 139121 is the blue jean patent, and that's where Levi Strauss got rolling. But blue jeans actually come from Italy.
Really?
Yeah. You know the whole thing about, I remember back in it's probably mid or early 80s, we got a call from a guy on the old road gang.
Yeah.
And he said he was over in, he was in, I think, North Carolina. And he said, there's a guy that lives here, and there's a little hill out back of his farm, like a little grade. He said he went out and bought a bunch of blue jeans and lined them up on this little, almost like a little levee. And he shot them with shotguns, scatter shot, and then went down to the flea market and sold them faster than he could get them out of his truck. And that was the first I had ever heard of stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, the old thing about the ragged jeans and the torn jeans, and it's still going on.
Oh my God, 100%. Because I'm like, I think I went to a friend's birthday party. I forgot when it was, a couple of weekends ago. And my buddy was like, hey, there's a theme. And listen, and I'm going to be honest with you. If they show up and they're not in the theme or they're not dressed up, they ain't coming in this party. And it was tank tops and denim jeans. And it was because of this. I forgot who the artist was or whatever. It wasn't anyone super familiar. But besides the point, my one friend showed up. She's like, this is the only jeans I've had. She didn't have a whole kneecap. Like, I'm telling you, from damn near where the pocket is past the knee was just a hole. I was like, at that point, you're just hanging on by a thread, honey.
You can wash your car with.
Yeah. As soon as the leg just gives out, you're just like, well, this is going to be good to just wipe down the car with.
Yeah. I was watching a podcast this morning before I came into the studio. We're going to change gears here
Change those gears, buddy.
Pretty dramatically.
Please and thank you.
FinCEN. You know, you find out stuff, the general public finds out stuff way too late in the game.
Yeah. And
even to this day, most Americans don't know what FinCEN means, the Financial Crimes Center of the IRS, or the Department of Treasury.
Yeah, it sounds like a cuss word.
I know, right? Well, a lot of folks are cussing right now, and evidently we are going to get, I guess, what in the scope of existence is going to be an overnight transformation in the trucking industry. And I don't mean, overnight in a 24-hour sense, but I mean like, whoa, this happened pretty fast. It came up real fast, and it's happening pretty fast because they have discovered a way to, as Barney Fife would say, to nip it in the bud.
Nip it in the bud.
So we now have pulled the curtain back on something that's been happening in the United States for a long time, and it built up to the point to where it just became so almost ridiculous that we have so many undocumented, non-qualified, non-domiciled, non-registered, I guess you might say, people here in the country driving trucks, which is arguably the most dangerous vehicle you can be in, not for yourself, but I mean, it's huge, right?
Yeah,
it's
for everyone.
pounds and all of that stuff. And, you get all of that going. And they now have figured out a way to cut it off at the knees, nip it in the bud, and remove the incentive to be here in the first place. It cuts through everything else because the people who are here are sending billions, hundreds of billions of dollars to their home countries.
Yes, sir.
And they're here to do that. They're not here to drive trucks. They're here to send money home.
Yeah.
And driving trucks turned out to be one of the easier ways to get in pretty much unnoticed.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. So trucking, there's a lot of industries that'll be hurt. I mean, when you think of migrant workers and illegals, you always think of farms, people picking fruit.
Touche,
and
yeah.
all of that stuff. And that's kind of passé in a sense now. Well, it's still there, but it's not the focus anymore.
Yeah. They're trying to go where the money is.
We have so many folks who have called in and have made comments on the shows about what you see out there on the road, who you see, how they act, how they drive, how they conduct themselves at truck stops, things like that. Not assimilating into the American society and American culture. Which was totally against what Teddy Roosevelt had in mind for immigrants. He loved immigrants. He wanted everybody to be treated equal and fair and be successful. He only asked one thing, that you become American.
Yep. That was my favorite
No
president.
hyphenated Americans.
Nope.
He did not want that. If you're going to be an American, then be an American. If you're going to be in France, be a Frenchman.
Yeah.
And that's all he wanted. He said you got 5 years to learn English.
Yeah.
It's pretty reasonable.
100%. Who was the president that you can't go to any other country and become a Frenchman? You can't go to China and be a Chinese, but you can come to America and be an American.
Yeah.
Was that Reagan?
It could have been Reagan.
Yeah, I always love that.
It could have been Teddy Roosevelt.
I could have been Teddy Roosevelt because that's my favorite president. That man, hey man, swing that big stick, my friend.
Want to say hi to Joe J and OTR Derek, and thank you. On the road, Derek, and Forot is out there too. So what I'm saying is that this is going to happen pretty fast.
Okay.
And just like most things that happen fast, it's going to happen too fast for a lot of folks. So a lot of companies, this could be the saving grace for a lot of small carriers. It also could be the thing that killed them faster than they even knew what hit them.
Yeah, you ain't lying. Cutting the head off the snake.
So we're in again interesting times, and every second counts. And it's here today, gone tomorrow. Sort of a situation right here at the end of the year, right here at Christmas time. So timing is what it is, right?
I know. I can only imagine with you being in radio as long as you have. Every year around this time, there's something different that's going on. But is it the same pattern as well? Like, is it the same thing with what's going on in the industry? Or
that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
You get the end of the year wrap ups. You get the end of the year changes. You win some, you lose some at the end of the year. You regroup, rekindle at the end of the year. So probably so.
Yeah, so we're repeating the same cycle is what you're saying and what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I'm excited about today's show with this lineup today there, my friend.
I know. We've got a great lineup of people. Well, all two of them.
Well, hey, you can even talk about Lindsay's.
We've got. Well, Lindsay may join us a little bit. Now, Lindsay's going to be. I'm going to run my mouth until 9:00 Central, and then Lindsay's going to take over at 9:00. But she may sneak in a little bit early.
I think she's going to try to a little bit, but she can't. It is all good.
So, John Gravely, who I had the opportunity to meet when Tara and I went up to York, Pennsylvania last summer for the ATHS national show. That's the one where we did those 24 little reels.
Yeah.
And John Gravely had just become he was the interim director, and then he became the actual director of ATHS, the American Truck Historical Society. Really great guy. And he is going to team up with Jennifer Hedrick this morning. Jennifer heads up WIT, Women in Trucking. ATHS and Women in Trucking are joining together. They are making a partnership to basically, highlight the importance of women in trucking and highlight the people back in the earlier days who were pioneers in trucking on the female side of the equation. So it's going to be a great conversation there. And then a little bit later on, someone I also had a chance to meet, but here, and you met her too, here at Degas House this past summer when we had our grand opening party celebration. Stormy Mongello is going to be joining us. Now, we're going to talk about food, talk about cooking and everything. But the main reason she is here plays into why Jimmy Mack is on his way to Columbia Falls, Maine at Wreaths Across America now. And the reason that I will be joining him and Tara and Lindsay up in Washington, D.C. next weekend, it's for the Wreaths Across America laying of the wreaths, of course, at Arlington. We'll do that on Saturday morning. But the other main reason that we're going up for the weekend is the Vet Ready Summit.
Yes.
That BB the King, Brad Bentley, and the whole gang there put together from Fastport. And it's been an incredible growing thing that they do every year, the Vet Ready Summit. In other words, companies, you'd be an idiot if you didn't have a veteran-friendly company. I don't care what you're doing, right? If you're selling blue jeans or driving trucks. If you're not veteran-friendly, you're an idiot. But that is not being vet-ready. And there's a difference there. There's a depth and a realization that you have to come to. And there are people who can help you to do that. And that's what the Vet Ready Summit is all about. So we'll be there for that. Stormy is part and parcel of the Her Story project. Yeah, history. Yeah. Well, somebody real smart came up with, well, what about the women? Let's call it Her Story instead of history, right? Yeah. So that is pretty cool. But it's a very serious thing, too. It's the Women's Military Memorial will be the place where we'll go for that. And Stormy's going to join us on the program this morning to talk about that, what it means. Talk about her story, too. She's a very interesting person. She served 4 years in the Navy. She repaired jet engines and helicopter engines.
Whew, what have you done?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're just on the radio.
Yeah, and cooked.
yeah. God, you go from doing that, and I'm impressed. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Stormy is Marty Mongello's wife, and their daughter, Barry. The three of them were here.
Lovely people.
And there's a real cool little video. Well, it's not a little video. It was a news, WDSU TV, Channel 6 here in New Orleans, did a video story about Marty and the fact that he's a presidential chef and everything. And they, I'm the guy sitting at the table next to Brad Bentley, watching them make these salads. They made salad dressings that presidents like. And one of the dressings was Hillary Clinton's mango salad dressing, and they made that one. It was absolutely delicious. So she'll talk a little bit about that, too. So we got a lot of stuff to bring to bear here this morning.
Amen. Well, on that note, you want to take a little break, and then we can come back right after?
We are going to now hear our Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem.
And if you want to call us after, we have a few more minutes until we get to our first guest.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Just want to run this by you right quick because I know you're trying to get out of that truck so you can get you some relaxation and rejuvenation. But I want to ask you something this morning. I want you to think about something. It's found in Psalm 23, and I want you to think about it as you're journeying this weekend and as you're navigating through this weekend. I want you to think about this. Psalm 23 verses 1 and 2 says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters." You know what he's saying to us? He says, if I follow the lead of my shepherd guarantees me the things that I need. Now don't miss that. He said, the Lord is my shepherd, which gives you somebody that's in control of taking care of you. Brothers and sisters, just so that you'll be aware of it, so that you will know, God is able to take care of you. Don't get caught up in what's going on around you. Just trust God. He will take care of you. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oh, thank you, Pastor. Amen. And it is Friday.
Well, I was just thinking, I've heard him say Friday, Friday, every Friday from the comfort and safety of my own home. Oh. This is the first time I've actually been in the studio with the headphones on to hear him say that. Hey, you know what? I started to tell you something, and I just found out this like yesterday.
Okay, tell me about it.
Why are blue jeans blue? And where do they actually come from?
That's a very good question. I don't know.
They come from Italy, from Genoa, Italy. Okay. They were called, so they're Italian pants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But with a French name. The French name was bleu, B-L-E-U, which is blue, bleu de jaune, something like that. Bleu de jaune, which means blue of Genoa. Okay? Oh. So why are they blue? Yeah. It was the dye they used. They used a very unique dye called indigo. Dyes, when you dye a fabric, like you're going to tie. When I was back in the 60s, my wife used to sell tie-dyed T-shirts and halter tops.
Cheryl did?
Yeah, at the fairgrounds over here at the Jazz and Heritage Festival
in the
early
so much sense.
Early 70s. Okay, so anyway, we learned about dyeing stuff, right?
Yeah.
Dye penetrates cloth.
Okay.
The strands. Indigo wraps around it and it doesn't penetrate. It's kind of just laying on top of it. That is why blue jeans fade when you wash them or wear them. They're also blue because dark blue is the perfect color to hide dirt and stains. And they were generally made for work pants. So if you're working, especially in the 1800s, you're getting dirty. I don't care what you're doing, right? You're getting dirty if you're working in the 1800s. So they were blue because of the indigo dye.
Okay.
They fade because of the indigo dye. If they didn't fade, people wouldn't shoot shotguns at them either. Because why would you do that to a perfectly dark, brand new looking pair of pants?
What do those blue jeans do to you, man?
But when they're faded, they beg to be tortured, I guess. I don't know. Anyhow, this may be torture for a lot of people.
No, that blew my mind, and I need to know that. And people need to know that, Dave. Give us some of that knowledge.
Well, speaking of knowledge, a little bit later on in the program, we'll actually talk about a few trucking things. And one of the rumors that pretty much has been squashed pretty quickly was CRST is not closing off their over-the-road lanes and stuff and getting rid of. They're making some changes at CRST, and it was a little bit misinterpreted, but that's been squared away. And there have been a couple of attempts to get exemptions from hours of service squared away. One of them was accepted. The others were not. And one of the ones that did not get accepted was the National Propane Gas Association. They wanted a winter exemption to go from December 15 to March 15. They wanted drivers to operate up to 12 hours a day, be on duty 15 without weekly limits. They wanted a 24 instead of a 34-hour restart. A lot of people didn't like that idea. OOIDA did not like that idea. I'm getting this from landline.media, of course. And Mark Schwimmer is the person who put this out. FMCSA runs clock out on pair of hours of service exemption requests. Before we go into the break, so that's the National Propane Gas Association. Todd Spencer put out a statement on that too. So you can find that real quick at landline.media. And the other one was Protein Transport of India. What do you think Protein Transport of, not India, Indiana hauls?
I have no idea. Tell
Chicken.
me. Get out of here.
Chicken, yeah. So they're a chicken hauler out of Indiana. They wanted an hours of service exemption too. They asked for this back in July. They wanted to base it on the 150 air miles. They promised to change oil every 15,000 miles if they got this. That's kind of a weird thing, right? Oh, yeah, we got to do the break. So anyway, the Truck Safety Coalition didn't like it. FMCSA didn't like it, but FMCSA only got 3 comments on that. So there's that. They only got 15 comments on the natural gas, the propane gas thing.
Well, and I'm sorry I got a little distracted, but if you were trying to call, I do apologize. Seems to be something going on with our phone, so I'm going to see if I can get that taken care of, and we will be with y'all later down the road.
Yeah.
Take us out of here, Dave.
Nothing like a sousaphone.
Yeah. Plump kid on a tuba.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We
celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
All righty, everybody. So we are ganging up on this Friday morning. And for aught on the YouTube page, I see that you tried calling and it said something about Verizon. I did the same thing. I tried calling as well, and it says your party is not available. So we're rebooting our phones right now. There's always something to reboot, right? I'm telling you, it's just unbelievable. So I just wanted to wrap up the whole blue jean thing, and then we'll move into something else, because I ran across some songs. There's a lot of songs about blue jeans. Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show had one called Baby Makes Her Blue Jeans Talk. And then we had Lana Del Rey had a song called Blue Jeans. David Bowie had another song called Blue Jean. And that was about the person, not the pants, I guess you might say. And Gene Vincent, back in the 1950s, if you remember the term Bee-Bop-A-Lula, remember that song, Bee-Bop-A-Lula, She's My Baby? Well, that was Gene Vincent. And he kept that thing going. He had a song called Blue Jean Bop back in the 50s. Neil Diamond, Forever in Blue Jeans. You get what I'm saying. Mel McDaniel's Baby's Got Her Blue Jeans On. Conway's Tight-Fitting Jeans. Used to play those on the old Road Gang when they came out. Venus in Blue Jeans, Jimmy Clanton. And I didn't know this one, The Blue Jean Blues by ZZ Top. Andre turned me on to that one this morning. So we'll find out what's happening. He's continuing to try to scare up the phones here. One of the other things that so I mentioned the fact that the National Propane Gas Association did get their exemption, but I didn't give you the details. They asked for this earlier this year. They did the test period. And they did not get that. The group that did get their exemption done, though, was the Specialized Carriers, the Specialized Haulers Association. And they basically did a 6-month test, I guess you might call it. and they took some comments from the public. And don't forget, when the federal government asks for comments in the Federal Register notices, you don't have to be in trucking at all to make these comments. So all kinds of people make comments. And the Specialized Carriers and Rigging Association has about 1,400 members. Now, that's an international organization. That the SCRA is in 46 different companies. So this exemption will cover their drivers for all specialized carriers transporting oversized loads that need a permit from a state or a local government agency. And again, this is from Landline. This is from OIDA Landline.media. So they got, FMCSA got 15 comments on this one. And 11 were in support of the comment, of the exemption. 3 were opposed to the exemption, and 1 was neutral about the exemption. So the other problem with this is, and Mark Schremer adds this into the story as well, that there was some confusion among law enforcement. There's a Kansas State Patrol trooper who was in favor of the exemptions, and his name is Nick Wright. And Nick asked FMCSA to make it very clear that the exemption covers oversize and overweight loads. You have to have that. And there was some confusion among law enforcement. That's kind of interesting, because when you've been around long enough, when you've been around as long as I have, and not many have at this point, it's like, if that's good or bad. But I don't know how it makes me feel either. But that was always a component in whatever changed in trucking. One of the big concerns early on, and it was a concern for a little while there too on certain issues, getting law enforcement to understand it and to know what the deal was and what the parameters were and, what the bullet points were, so to speak. And that's the case here. Nick basically, at Kansas, basically figured that one out pretty early on. And he wanted to point that out. So there is that. But law enforcement always seems to be a little lagging in getting the memo about what's going out there on the side of the road. So all of that being said, the special always have trouble remembering Specialized Carriers and Rigging Association, they now get the full renewal. So they had the 6-month thing. It worked. So now they have the exemption through June 17th of the year 2030. So this goes back to the day that they asked for the exemption, and it'll go 5 years from that date, from June 17 of this year to June 17 of 2030. So that's the 5-year exemption. Hey, it's about 21 till the top of the hour right now as we continue live and on demand. That's the cool thing. Didn't really realize the scope of the world that we entered into when we left the satellite radio. We left the terrestrial radio world and entered into the satellite radio world. Then we got kicked out of that world and landed in the, I guess the world at large. I mean, who is not connected anymore? Who isn't hooked up? Who doesn't have internet? Who doesn't know the protocols of going online? I'm one of them that doesn't know a lot, but I'm learning more every day, that's for sure. But the cool thing is being live. As soon as we get the phones working, we'll have the live phone calls, just like on the radio. But at the same time, unlike on the radio, it won't just disappear as little puffs of air, little clouds of air, like Zig Ziglar used to call radio, just little puffs of air, and they just disappear. We huff and puff, but they don't disappear. They go into archives, and you can catch pretty much every minute of every program we've done so far. And that is Road Gang Radio, which we're doing right now, Tuesday through Friday, and then Nemo Nation on Mondays. And then, of course, Lindsay's We Should Write, which is already getting some rave reviews as being a really excellent and needed series in the music and entertainment world. So I hope you're catching all of that, and we'll be able to move on. I just got a thumbs up from the gentleman sitting over there with the other pair of headphones in the room, so I think we're about ready to get back on the road here and welcome our first guests to the program. As I mentioned, well, I know these folks. Met John Gravely last year at York, Pennsylvania at the ATHS annual show. And Jennifer Hedrick. She is the CEO and president of Women in Trucking. And ATHS and Women in Trucking dumped all of their alphabet soup into the same bowl for something that is going to be a really important marriage in the trucking world to bring the other. Well, actually, it's not the other half. The female population outnumbers the male population. So the majority now will be included in the history of trucking in the United States. And we'll talk about that with John and Jennifer. And we're about ready to go.
Well, thank you very much for bearing with that. So why don't you think we should transition there, huh, Dave?
I'm ready to transition. And it is time for Miles Back. It's time for Miles Back with ATHS, the American Truck Historical Society. And we got our phones working again. So, John Gravely, good morning and welcome.
Thanks. Good to be with you. Don't you love those technical problems?
Oh, I'm telling you, it's always something. The right hand don't get you, the left hand will. And Jennifer Hedrick is with us, too. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning, you all, from a snowy Virginia.
Ah, yeah. Well, it's 50 degrees here in New Orleans, too, so. Yeah, and Jimmy Mack is on a plane as we speak, and he's on his way up to Columbia Falls, Maine, to kick things off with the folks at Wreaths Across America. To head on down to Arlington, so a lot going on. This is a remarkable, and I'm going to use the term marriage here. I know that maybe not be the best way to go here, but it is, because it's about time that we recognized the majority of our population are female. So let's go right there, right? It's not half and half, really. And women have been part and parcel of trucking ever since the first wheel, rolled out of the first garage. But we never really knew much about that, did we, Jennifer?
Not for a long time. Not for a long time. And one of the reasons that Women in Trucking was founded back in 2007 by Ellen Boya was because she saw that there were a number of opportunities for women that in trucking that weren't being filled, and women in many cases weren't being considered for a variety of different roles. And so we've seen our membership and community grow extensively since that time. But it's really terrific to see that expansion, and of course, John, and the work John and ATHS are doing are helping that too. So really thrilled to talk about this today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. John, I was telling our listeners that you and I met for the first time last year up in York, Pennsylvania, when we had the show. You come from pretty much the same kind of background that Jennifer comes from. Jennifer is accredited by the American Society of Association Executives. She led the National Industrial Transportation League, that encompassed not just highway but also rail and ocean freight. She's been a spokesperson for associations on Capitol Hill and that sort of thing. John, you've got 30 years of plus experience in nonprofit work, and then when we met you last year, you had just become the actual executive director. You were the interim for a while. You were the IED, and then you just became the ED. But you guys you and Jennifer kind of come from the same sort of background. What was it that really sparked interest in you? How were you approached by Jen? Who told you that we should do this?
So, sure. Have the background in association work, membership groups, and ATHS is a big group of people, 14,000 members all over the world, and the demographic of who is in that group is kind of similar, and that's good and that's bad because it doesn't represent all of the people interested in the trucking industry. And so an example would be, that we have the American Trucking Industry Leaders Hall of Fame, where we recognize leaders in the industry. And because you've been a part of that. And in 22, the Congdon, Earl and Lillian Congdon, were inducted because of the Old Dominion freight lines. And people think of Old Dominion, legacy freight line, been around a long time. But, that story is Lillian Congdon's $1,700 savings started that freight lines. So she was the force that started it. But most people wouldn't know the story that way just because of what people tend to think about trucking. So part of, my interest and part of why I'm really happy that Jennifer is embracing our relationship is the fact that we need to represent the fuller picture of trucking and all the people that have been involved. And Women in Trucking, is doing a great job of lifting up those stories that just haven't been told as much. And we want to just help amplify that.
In fact, I mentioned that I mentioned earlier this morning that Stormy Mangiello is going to be joining us in about an hour or so on the program. And she is a chef. Her husband is Marty Mangiello, presidential White House chef, and their daughter Barry. The three of them were here for our grand opening party this past summer at the Degas House here in New Orleans. But Stormy is part of her story. In other words, we have history, but the people, the Women's Veterans Military Memorial, those folks, they wanted to put a project together called Her Story instead of history, her story. And I'm sure you two are both familiar with that. But what I'm getting at is that they asked women to come in to write their stories, to explain who they were. Stormy's going to talk to us about that. She's done that. Jennifer, is that kind of a model that you guys are going to use? What are some of the first steps that you guys are going to do with ATHS? How much has been kind of mapped out so far?
Sure, yeah. So I think there's quite a bit mapped out. And I met John, I don't know, maybe around the same time you did. Maybe about a year and a half ago now, mm-hmm. John, maybe.
Right. Yep.
But I think one of the things that I like so much about working with John and ATHS is they are ideas folks, and so we've got a path ahead. But we're exploring other things all the time, which I absolutely love. If there's an opportunity to bring a story forward in a way that we aren't, those are the kinds of discussions that we're having. But we are focusing extensively on telling the stories of women in trucking. We have something that we've just put out recently on that you can find on our social media pages about Ellen Boya, our founder, and she has written a book about her journey in trucking that started long before the founding of Women in Trucking Association. and continues to today. So I think it's important to share those stories, to talk about the obstacles that have been overcome and the successes that these women have had that make up the history of trucking. And so that I would say that is really a primary focus of our cooperative engagement here. We both are committed to elevating not only the industry, but each other's association and making sure that we highlight the great work that's being done.
Indeed, indeed. And speaking of Ellen, had a chance to hang with Ellen for a little bit last month at NASTIC's annual convention up in Nashville, and she was autographing books as fast as she could write, from dispatcher to disruptor. Yeah, Ellen Voya. John, I interrupted you. Go ahead, please.
No, I was just going to say, so the tangible deliverables. So one of the things, our flagship publication is Wheels of Time, comes out 6 times a year, well-regarded magazine. And so we devote one story now to women in trucking. So they get to tell stories about current. We push them a little bit to dig deeper into the history because it's there. And we want to help tell those history stories because, we're about the history. But so we share the magazine. And part of the relationship is that all the members of Women in Trucking get the digital version of Wheels of Time. So not only are we telling the stories, but we're helping, hopefully, more people know the history, and so that we can make it even more full and more complete because, not all the voices always get heard, but we want to try to hear more because that's what you should do when you study and look at history.
So history, we can start today and build from today, but I don't think that's what you guys are thinking about. Are you looking for folks who had aunts, mothers, maybe grandmothers, Jennifer, who were drivers, kind of doing that historical dig?
I think it's interesting. We had an event earlier this week and called Wit on the Road, and that's something that we're rolling out. But we're hosting these regional events, and we had a couple of people talk about their experience in the trucking profession, and without fail, every single one of them said, I had someone in my family. My father was a driver. There was one woman there whose father was a professor working on infrastructure and transportation issues, and that encouraged her to get into research and become a researcher at a university. And so it's fun to hear these stories, and for many people, they exist. We aren't necessarily looking for that, but it's so fascinating to me that people who are already in this industry have some kind of story to tell about how trucking has shaped their lives in some profound way.
I understand that. If you go online, I'm sure you guys know this, the name Luella Bates. Evidently, from what anybody can tell, Luella not only was the first person to get a driver's license in New York, that was 1920, she became the first woman truck driver, at least that we know of, Luella Bates. So her name is going to be ensconced, and it already is in the history. But at that, you got to look it up, and nobody really knows much about her, of course. It's been a long time ago, over 100 years ago. But those, I guess, Jennifer and John, jump in on this too. I guess once you open this door, you're going to find people that you never knew exactly. I'll bet you're going to find some fascinating stories, some fascinating people that would have been just lost to history altogether. There are people in history out there that are begging to be recognized, I think.
I agree, and I think that's what we want. And again, the more of the stories that we can collect and keep, that's our mission. And finding advocates like Jennifer, focused on women and their stories, gives us another way to reach back into that stories and capture those. So, that's what's really exciting to me about the relationship and the partnership that we are working on.
So part of the next step, Jennifer, is the inclusion in the Wheels of Time publications, throughout the year. Are there some? Is there? Okay, there's this. How many? Where are you now? You're past step 1. You're probably past step 2 and 3. How far along are we, Jennifer, in terms of getting to where you need to be to say this is working?
Well, it's already working.
Good.
So
Okay.
super excited about that. Yeah. And I think, I think the more this builds and the more stories we share, it'll continue to create additional interest. And as John said, that Wheels of Time is being shared with our members, which I absolutely love, and a key part of our engagement with between these two organizations. So I think we're really in the early stages here, but excited to explore more and more, attending each other's events. And, I think a key aspect of what we're doing is simply a willingness and ideas to elevate all women, and really appreciate the different frameworks we have now between us to do that.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, when it comes to history, you can't get better than ATHS. And when it comes to elevating the status of people in the industry, and I don't mean just women either, the elevation of people in the industry, you can't get better than WIT, Women in Trucking. So this is going to be awesome. I bet next year everybody's going to be talking about what you're doing.
I hope so.
We hope.
I hope so. I just want to say I really appreciate working with Jennifer and her creativity and willingness to discuss ways that we might work together differently. It's really exciting to work with a professional like that.
Ah, fantastic. Well, you guys, I'm going to let you be here. Thank you for putting up with our phone system every once in a while. You got to reboot something. And thank you for booting. I don't say rebooting, but thank you for booting this project. This is awesome. And hope to talk to you both soon.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dave.
It's about a couple. Yeah, there we are. Should I be talking now? No, I don't think so.
Thank you, Dave.
Seventeen Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both in home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Ooh, ain't no Jimmy Mack here on a plane, but we got Dave Nemo, and we're happy to be here with you.
Indeed. Happy to be here, indeed. And Lindsay will be joining us here in just about an hour from now, so don't go away quite yet. You know, timing is everything, and when you can put something together, I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but it should have been. We're going to talk with Stormy Mongiello, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. Stormy, good morning.
Good morning.
It's great to talk to you again, and I just wanted to say that we just had John Gravely from the American Truck Historical Society and Jennifer Hedrick, who heads up Women in Trucking, and they have banded together a couple of months ago to do a project to highlight the women in trucking and the history of women in trucking. You are going to do the same thing with us right here about the Military Women's Memorial Her Story project. And you were in the Navy in a very interesting time, especially for female service members. So it's great to talk to you again. It was wonderful to meet you and Marty and Barry here at the Degas House this past summer. Really enjoyed those beautiful salad dressings that you guys made, and good to talk to you. So welcome once again.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you having me on to talk this morning.
And of course, the Inn of the Patriots is what you and Marty's place there. The Inn of the Patriots.com is where we want to send folks here. So you were in the Navy for 4 years. Did something that you're a farm girl, but farm girls don't usually work on helicopters and jet engines, do they? How did you wind up getting into that?
But I had a little bit of mechanical experience, with working around some of the machinery and things like that. But it's a far cry from a Ford, a 1930s Ford tractor to a multi-million-dollar fighter jet engine.
But you use the same wrench on one as you do on the other, don't you?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
There you go. And sometimes I still get messed up. I can't is that your right or my right?
Yeah.
I was talking to Jimmy Mack yesterday. I said, okay, he was asking me about Charlie Douglas going to the Grand Ole Opry, and he asked me to describe the set. And I said, now he has a podium over there way on the, well, I don't know if it's the left side or the right side of the stage. He said, well, it's stage right, audience left. So at any rate.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about one of the things that Claire Marie pointed out was that when you were in active duty, it was an interesting time for female service members. I was in the Army over 50 years ago, in 1970-71. So I'm sure things changed dramatically just because of the time warp. But what does that mean? Interesting times for female service members.
Yeah, especially in the aviation field, there was an annual convention called the Tailhook Convention.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've heard of that.
Yeah, you may have heard about the scandals that were taking place during that time and the treatment of female service members at that convention. And so that actually led to a stand down throughout the whole Navy to talk about sexual harassment and treatment of women in the Navy. Yeah.
Ah, gotcha. And you were there on boots on the ground, so to speak, during that time.
Yes, during that time. I wasn't at the convention, but I
Yeah.
did. We did. It affected all women across the whole Navy, not just in the air, the air side of things.
Our dear friend Brad Bentley, you know Brad, of course, Fastport. We call him BB the King. He brought the Military Women's Memorial's Make Her Story project to us. We promoted it quite a bit this year. How did you find out about it, and what was your impetus to take part in this and talk and put your story in the Her Story project?
Yeah, I actually heard about it through Brad as well. So thanks to him.
If you want to know something, just ask Brad. He's got it.
Exactly. His interests are far and wide. So I recorded. I typed in my experience into the register there about how being in the military affected my life, and I was able to learn and experience new things, even though I didn't deploy because women weren't allowed on aircraft carriers at the time. I was there and got to meet a wide variety of people that serve in the Navy together. So that was a great experience, I think, and meeting new people and learning some skills that definitely helped me throughout the rest of my life that weren't necessarily mechanical skills, but they the loyalty and the duty to serve definitely sticks out within my side of the story.
It's interesting. I think anybody who's been in any branch of service of the military for any length of time, doing any MOS, any job, will probably say that they have real sharp, vivid, accurate memories of so much about the time that they spent in the I'll say Army, you'll say Navy, it's a special. It's a. God, I hate to say this because it sounds so phony, but it's a real privilege, I think, to be a member of the military service in this country.
It really is, and being able to utilize this Military Women's Memorial Her Story project, as their tagline is history is not complete until every military woman's story is told. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a great tagline there. And you can register that at the womensmemorial.org website there. You can create an account, and if you know anybody, it doesn't have to be the service member. If you're a survivor from a military parent or grandparent, you can log in and tell their story as well.
Yeah, that's nice because a lot of folks, a lot of folks have passed on, of course, we know that. But then there are a lot of folks who say, I'm not going to do that. That's not for me. But you know that their story should be told, so you go ahead and do it anyway. Get her in there, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like just felt like a little cog in the wheel. And some days I was doing such menial tasks as counting out the number of screws that needed to go into what they call a quick engine change kit. So, I mean, that was starting out, that was some of the duties that I had to do.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, you got one screw loose. Yeah,
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you missing a screw, and that could be a big thing for the people deployed on a aircraft carrier, or, that can't get the supplies in a timely manner, or somebody deployed on the ground. So, yeah.
Well, you were on base when Gulf War started, so as important as it was on Tuesday, it's even much more important on Wednesday, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it was definitely an important time during our history that we, served in the first Gulf War there, and making sure that we were diligent with our duties, and it made it a little bit heavier because they were flying so many missions at the time that the maintenance of the engines ramped up immediately as well.
There's a strange character on our YouTube chat. He goes by Marty Mangiello.
Oh, yeah, I think I know him.
Let me read what he says. He says, "Hey, friends, looking forward to seeing you soon. I picked up a wreath this week in honor of my father's U.S. Army service, and as Navy veterans ourselves, we're humbled and grateful." He goes on to say, Stormy's brother, Kai, drives each day in a 2023 Freightliner Cascadia. Her older brother, James, drives every day in his 2025 International LT Series. Kai drives for Kaiser Harris, and James drives for Southeastern Line. Hey, Marty, man, thank you so much for listening. Thanks for posting that stuff. And it was so wonderful to meet you and Stormy and Barry here at Degas House this past summer. And I was just looking at that video of you guys making those salad dressings here in the dining room. And I'm the guy sitting there next to Brad, and it was so cool to meet you guys and see you guys in action. Yeah. And we're gonna start talking cooking here with Stormy here in just a little bit, but we want to kind of really dig into to her military history and also the herstory project, because Stormy, you hate to call stuff, and I've been using the word way too much this morning. Project. It sounds like something that you do today and it's gone tomorrow. I'm working on a little project. No, it's not a little project. This is going to be a cornerstone of our military history.
Yes, it's a great. They call it the register, and so it will be registered and preserved for everyone. Prior to 1987, there was no repository of women's service, so the Women in Military Service Memorial is helping to preserve that for future generations, and so they can look up what was done by all these extraordinary women. And I say that any woman who enters a field, for example, in the Navy, in my time, men outnumbered women 9-1. So any woman that stepped forward and served is in a place of honor by telling their story.
Well, the first thing you learn in journalism school is to ask the right question: who, what, when, where, and why. So the why question now. To ask you why the Her Story initiative is being done, that's kind of a dumb question. But maybe a better question is, and I think you just answered it too, possibly, why hasn't this been done before? Why wasn't it already there from maybe the day two? Maybe not day one, but day two. And maybe it's simply because of the numbers, you think?
I think so, and because the rules changed during, after World War II. Many women, whenever the men came home, they left service and they went about their lives and different things like that. And so the rules changed again during the Vietnam era, but it's always evolving to allow women to serve alongside their counterparts. And so I think that's part of the part that was hidden, that they were restricted to only doing certain MOSs or certain ratings in the Navy. They weren't allowed to go on certain ships because they weren't outfitted for it. So there was, any number of reasons, especially that would restrict women's service. And so I think that it was kind of put on the background for a long time. And as I said, that there was a legislation that authorized the women in military service, and it was actually open to the public in 1997, but the register was created, as I said, in 1987, just right after that act to approve the Women in Military Service Memorial.
We've got Steve on the chat. He says, my grandma was a 92S, 8 years. 92S, is that a Navy designation? Do you know? I don't know what 92S is, but maybe he'll say. Steve, if you can, just bounce in a little thing about what a 92S is. I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah. Oh, and Marty also says his cousin Spencer is a dispatcher every day in trucking, while our family with Darren and Jessica own a Kenworth, an International, and a Peterbilt with 4 Ferris wheels and massive amusement company. You guys cover a lot of bases there in your family, that's for sure. Okay.
Yeah, my family is deeply ingrained in trucking, so we wanted to slip that in as well.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't know if anybody really fully realizes that until just now. So history is being made as we speak, Stormy.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll do a little bit more paralleling here, if you don't mind. I joined the Army in October of 1970, simply because my lottery number was 16 and they were drafting into the Marines, and my stepfather was in a tank at the Battle of the Bulge, so I wasn't going into anything but the Army, so I went ahead and joined. Why did you join the Navy?
I think it was a combination of, I came from a small town in North Carolina here, and at the time there were a lot of textile mills, and it was starting to shift and change, and so the jobs started to dry up a little bit during the late 80s into the 90s. So that didn't really appeal to me, and I didn't really have any guidance to say that I could have gone to college or I could have gone to community college or anything like that, because my grades were just kind of middle. I'd say middle ground. But I just was looking for opportunity, and I happened to meet the Navy recruiter, and and I think a little bit of it had to do with Top Gun was out around that time.
Okay.
So for me to end up in aviation after seeing Top Gun, I think that was one of the greatest recruiting films of all time.
Yeah. In my day, it was Audie Murphy.
Yeah.
Goodness. Well, you mentioned North Carolina, so let's take a hop, skip, and a jump. Well, you're home right now, I would imagine. You're fixing to go to D.C., right?
Yeah, we're going next week. Yes.
Yes, yeah. And I'll see you there. I'll be heading up there next Thursday, too. So let's talk about the end of the Patriots for just a little bit here.
Okay. Yeah. We have the bed and breakfast here, and it's home to the Presidential Culinary Museum, which kind of ties into the luncheons that we'll be part of while we're in D.C., and some of the recipes that we'll be cooking. And well, we won't be cooking, but they're using our recipes, but that's being handled by the caterer there, and so that's a great thing. As founding farmers.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was searching for the name.
I hate when that happens.
We have a lot going on next week.
No, I hear you. I hear you. As Steve got back, his grandma was a 92S for 8 years. He says that's a seamstress in the Army.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Obviously, the
That's
92 stands for
fantastic.
seamstress. No, I'm just kidding. The S stands for seamstress. Okay. So
yeah,
that.
that's she could have been sewing parachutes or uniforms or any number of things.
Exactly. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So you are going to, let's talk about the other big thing that's happening up in Washington this next weekend. And of course, that is the Vet Ready Summit. And so you and Marty are going to be there.
Yes.
And Barry, is Barry going to be there as well?
Barry's coming. Yeah, Barry's able to come.
And Barry is their daughter, by the way. So we met, the three of the Mangiellas were here at the Degas House in New Orleans for our grand opening celebration this past summer.
Yes.
So, And,
it was a great time.
It was. So many people came down, just unexpected. If all of the people who wanted to be here could be here, they'd probably still be here trying to get planes back home because there was a lot of folks, but it was a wonderful party. And you guys made it special. You really made it special. So
we appreciate that.
So are you going to present some dishes there at the summit then? Okay. And I have a short list
here.
here.
We're going to make the salad dressings again.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
And the Carter's skillet cornbread and honey butter. That sounds pretty doggone good to a Southerner right there.
Yeah, it's a Carter's family. And one of their secrets is they use 2 different kinds of cornmeal. So that's that kind of makes it a little special. And so, of course, and it's a old family recipe that they utilized and then brought to the White House with them.
Do I want to know what would happen to me if I even asked you what those 2 types of cornmeal are?
Well, it's white and yellow.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness, yeah. So you guys are going to actually make some of that then?
Yeah, they're gonna prepare these dishes based off our recipes and our history of cooking at the White House and Marty's service as a White House chef and the chef at Camp David.
Oh, yeah. That is something else. That is really something else.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm looking at the chat here on YouTube. Our dear friend Tom Bray says, I went into the Army because I didn't want to keep going to school or get a real job. He says, you could say it backfired.
Yeah. There's a lot of realness going on in the military.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much more real than that.
I want to ask you, what if we bring our own bottle to get some of Lady Bird Johnson's barbecue sauce?
Oh, I don't know if you can sneak that in or not, but it's a pretty good barbecue sauce, and so that's really really a great recipe to have as well.
Now, let me ask you, okay, Lady Bird Johnson, would somebody like that say, hey, my mama or my dad or my uncle used to make this barbecue sauce, and now that we're here in the White House, it would be so nice to have something to bring home in. Do they come with their own kind of family recipes, and then you guys kind of, cook them up and dress them up and things like that? Or do you come up with recipes and then somebody like Lady Bird Johnson or, Ivanka Trump would say, oh, I love that stuff. And then it becomes the Trump cornbread or something. How does that work? What are the machinations?
Yeah, it works kind of both ways. Like as I said, the Carter family cornbread was a family recipe, and the chef that cooks directly for the first family, they learn a lot of their family favorites. And then for some of the bigger events, they utilize American grown or highlight American food traditions. And and then on the other side of it, for example, Marty noticed that Hillary really liked mango, and so he came up with a vinaigrette dressing for her. And so he created that for her while he was serving at the White House and at Camp David.
Yeah,
that's so it kind of works either way. It's a collaborative effort on what the first family eats every day. They're not having state dinners every day with 300 people. Some nights they're just, it's just the family, and so they
and that's where the meatloaf sandwiches for Donald Trump come in.
Donald Trump's meatloaf sandwich, and that's another favorite. And we have another kind of famous meatloaf recipe that's Tricky Dickie's, but it's a good meatloaf recipe regardless of how you feel about him.
Indeed, yeah. Don't want to correlate food and politics by any means. And there's a picture of a beautiful creme brulee on the end of the Patriots website too. And the reason I mentioned creme brulee as we close out here, Stormy, is you're going to make some mini creme brulee Jefferson donuts. I'm thinking Thomas Jefferson?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know it went back that far.
Yeah, whenever he was in Paris, when he was in Paris, his chef learned under many master chefs there in Paris and learned French cookery. So he learned the creme brulee, and we're just putting a little spin on it to make it into donuts.
Fantastic! Can't beat that. I can't. I'll be there. We can't wait to see you and Marty and Barry in Washington. Have a safe trip over, and we'll see you next weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, Stormy, thank you so much. Delightful speaking with you. Stormy Mangiello, everybody. And we will be right back after a few words. And
those phone lines are open. Give us a call, 615-292-6366.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, that I can do. This is the final half of good old Dave, so this is your chance to give us a call at 615-292-6366. What's that number again, Dave?
615-292-6366, which spells NEMO, Nemo.
Amen.
And you know when something happens and you just can't get over it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still learning. I'm still learning Facebook and all that stuff, and the other one, LinkedIn, and everything.
Yeah. Oh, same here.
Yeah. Okay. But when my name shows up on YouTube and everything, it was Dave Nemo. I think it was 8031. I don't know who's that. I thought it was somebody else. I thought, oh man, somebody's stealing my name. And then one of our listeners on the chat here said, you can change that. So I went in and changed it. And I put in 6366 thinking, oh, there's no way somebody hasn't beat me to that.
Yeah.
Nemo 636.
Yeah.
But they didn't. And I got it.
Nice.
Well,
look
Come
at you
on, man.
segueing in, man.
Mic drop.
Wait, hold on.
There you go.
Well, should we jump on over to the phone for a second?
Let's pick that mic up and talk to Chowda.
Because I'm curious, a little later on, you're going to bring up about what were some Christmas presents.
100 years ago.
But until then, let's go over here to Chowda!
Morning, Dave. Morning, brother, friend, great buddy, Andre Madison with a T, Tara the Terrific Terrapin, Jimmy Mack on your travels, Dean Croak on your way up to Maine, and everybody else listening today.
Well, God, that was sweet and everything, but can you let Dave and I have ours? Jeez, they can go somewhere, all right?
Listen, we're one family. We may be dysfunctional at a time, but we love each other equally, so I don't divide time up, just like with my kids. I don't divide time.
Nicely said.
So,
okay.
Yeah. So I was calling in this morning because I was bored, and I'm at home, and the wife's at work, so I thought I'd do laundry like I do every time I'm home when she's at work, so she doesn't have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But, I really wanted to talk about the small world of this massive world we live in.
Okay.
Do it.
So I was driving, as I do every day to make my living.
Mm-hmm.
Went down to Newcastle yesterday, and I finally got to catch up with our good friend Jarhead. Hadn't seen Jarhead ever, talked to him numerous times, so it's always nice when you can catch up with road dogs and friends and fellow people you call to. Then I called my good buddy Walking Eagle, who we get in enough trouble on our own together. And he was coming out of Washington, and he was in Montana coming through, and we were able to catch up last night. He stopped at Rapid City last night, and we went out and drove around town, chit-chatted, saw where I lived, and I took him up to our Native American store so he could get some good buffalo meat to take with him, take home for his anniversary and that. So it's just kind of ironic how that works sometimes. You just happen to be in the right place to meet new people and hang out with old friends unintentionally, and it intentionally happens. It's ironic how this small world works.
It is. Yes, irony always plays its hand. Irony always plays its hand.
That's right. And, you're speaking about trying to find new handles and change your name, sign on, and all that, which I don't understand any of that, Dave. You're well ahead of me. Congratulations. I know how to.
I did it once. I don't know if I can do it again.
Yeah, I know how to find this on YouTube. I know how to find my bushcraft stuff. I know how to find my foraging for mushroom stuff. I can find my bank account, and I can do Pokemon Go. After that, I'm pretty challenged. But I got vanity plates on my truck, right, my pickup.
Mm-hmm.
And chowder is supposed to be Chowdah, right?
Right.
I live in Rapid City, South Dakota, western South Dakota. You would think chowder would be an easy plate to get, wouldn't you?
You would think.
No.
What?
Apparently, somebody, not only in the state, Dave, but in my own town of my own county I live in, has it that way. It was. If I find them, they're getting shanked.
You have a doppelganger.
If I find them, they're getting shanked. But so I had to drop the H off on my license plates. But yeah, it's just weird how you do that. You're like, oh, well, nobody would take this, and then they have it. It's like, who's behind this heathen activity?
Yeah, man, it sounds like a conspiracy of one.
That's right, and I'm glad Reese of America is getting ready to kick off, because that's only a couple towns over from where I'm from. I was from Blue Hill, Ellsworth area up there, and we used to play those guys in baseball and basketball a lot. We did much better in baseball than we did anything else against them. But I gave Dean some ideas. He's got to get a whoopie pie, and he's got to go down to Schoonick and check out some of the old fishing towns of, Schoonick, part of Acadia National Park.
Oh, he'll love that. Yeah.
Well, he's up there. That's some pretty area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll love that. Yeah, it's a beautiful place up there. Those tip lands are really unbelievable.
That's a cool place too. Yeah, I got a couple friends that used to work up there. Rhonda Burke, she used to work and was pretty high up there. I think she still might be up there doing some office stuff and that every now and then. But watching those wreaths get made and the way they take care of that forest and that, it's really a lot of work that people would think, how much is there to just growing some trees? Well, there's a science to it.
Yeah, talking about sustainable. A lot of folks may not know this. So let me take just a moment with you, Chowder, because okay, so you have these trees, these balsam fir trees, and all they do is cut the tips off of the branches and bring them in to make the wreaths. That's why they call them the forest is called the tiplands, and it's unique. I mean, they had to tell me that. I didn't figure it out.
Right.
So that's what they call them, the tiplands, because they cut the tips off. And then 3 years later, just 3 years, they can go back to that same tree and do it again. And that's how they sustain 117 square miles of tiplands.
Right. It's truly a renewable resource. But, it also helps when your state is 98% forest land.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And I rode through it. I understand. God.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. You went up to Maine, Dre?
Oh, no, not Maine. I got distracted. I thought you were talking about South Dakota.
Oh, no, Dakota. South Dakota's 99.9% cornfield land.
Exactly. Corn.
They're not the same as balsam fir. One's green, smells better. The other's golden. Houses pheasants that are fun to shoot at. Unless you're Dick Cheney, then it's not safe to be an attorney.
But no, just messing with you though. I went to Maine when I was younger with my dad, and it's truly a beautiful sight, brother.
It is a good time. But anyway, I've used up my time, and it's time for me to shuffle off. Want to say hello. Hope you have good holidays, Dave. Love you guys. Talk to you later.
Love you, man. Thank you, Chowder.
Thank you, Chowder.
And speaking of, I won't cast any dispersion, but I will say this.
Talk to me.
We had a phone problem earlier this morning, and if you were listening, you heard about it. they were, and I won't say what company because they'll do it, but they were doing maintenance. They're supposed to let us know when they do maintenance.
Yeah, they put it on their website. Didn't get us any email notification or nothing. So we had to find out the hard way. So thank y'all for bearing with us. And we got someone calling in now. We still have a few lines. And I think Lindsay's probably going to jump on in a little
fantastic.
early.
Well, I'll tell you what. Trucker Bosun was listening to Chowder just now. And he says, I've applied for TRKRBSN for my new Nebraska plates, still waiting for them to arrive. And Marty Mangiello says hi to Chowder with too many exclamation points to count.
You can tell I'm dyslexic because you just spelled that. And I'm like, what's that spell? And then I went
Well, you have to look at it because there's two R's in there, and that second R threw me. TRKR, trucker, bosun, BSN, bison. So it's trucker, bison.
I love how creative people can get with license plates these days. Because I don't know how he did it the other day. This guy spelled it, and I was sitting there. I was like, "What's that stand for?" And it was, Pimp Daddy.
Oh God!
It was like BMP, and then like they did Daddy in some certain way.
Here in Louisiana, and they changed, as they all do, all states. Well, we have 3 numbers and 3 letters. And they never used to let those 3 letters spell anything, but now they do. So you could have one that says car, gas, mom, boy. It's weird. I don't know why I don't like that, or why I do or don't. I don't know why that matters to me, but my drives Cheryl, my wife, crazy.
Oh, really?
Because every time I see a license plate that spells a word, I got to point it out to her.
Oh my God!
I'm one of those guys.
She's
not those guys I wouldn't like.
Well, never mind. I'm not going to do it because back in Mississippi, you can get like a straight black license plate, and you can get it. And I was just going to get Dre.
Ah, there you go. I like that.
Yeah. Well, you know who else we like? This caller. Who are you? Who sent you?
Hey, this is Four Out. How you doing, Dave?
Hey, Four Out. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I didn't know that was
on here and say,
I thought that was just a quiz. Yeah, I thought that was just a quiz when you wanted to know what president was famous for jelly beans. But when you said thanks, that surprised me. Yeah, that was Ronald Reagan. He was known for that.
Yeah, I could remember it, but I couldn't remember the president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do about jelly beans?
I'm kind of partial to jelly beans, but I'm a big boy, I'm kind of partial to stuff like that. I just wanted to say thanks for everything you've done, and have a great day, and it's great to hear you on the radio, man.
Oh, well, thank you so much, man. I deeply appreciate that. Whereabouts are you right now? Where are you heading?
I was in Enfield, Connecticut, and now I'm headed to Monticello, New York.
Gotcha. All right. Well, be safe
Pick
out
up
there.
Some liquid eggs going back to Springfield.
Liquid eggs? Okay.
Yep.
Reminds me of Justin Wilson's story. This little boy goes down to Lobel's egg farm, and the little boy said, Mr. Lobel, I need to buy a dozen eggs. How much are they? And Mr. Lobel said, well, son, they're $1 a dozen, but if they're broken, they're 50 cents a dozen. The little boy says, well, break me a dozen then, Mr. Lobel.
Give me that discount.
And 4 Outs got him.
Yep. Y'all have a good day.
You too, man. Thank
Later,
you
4
very
Out.
much.
Oh,
Thank you
man,
very
I was going to
much.
ask a grown man what he was wearing to see if he was wearing jeans.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the jeans.
You wearing jeans, man?
Yeah.
What are you wearing?
Yeah. Trucker Bosun says in his Navy days, his license plate was IGETIR8. I get irate.
Oh, man. God, it's like a trivia game now.
Love it. I wonder if anybody has ever gone into court and said, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I hit that car because I was reading that other license plate.
Oh, my cousin. My cousin
Really?
went. Yeah, I forgot what it was, and I've heard it happened to someone before. It's got to be a lot. It's got to be.
Okay. So let's go back 100 years.
Do it.
Top Christmas gifts of 1925. When I was a boy, up through the time I was a teenager, I used to get these like from grandma, aunts, handkerchiefs. Handkerchiefs were the number one gift, Christmas gift in 1925.
Oh, okay.
That's before Kleenex. The number two gift was pencils. And here's what it said. Everybody loves good pencils and has a use for them, but the number three most popular Christmas gift in 1925.
Tell me.
Cigarettes.
Oh, man. Even for the 6-year-olds?
Even for the 6-year-olds.
Yeah, just take that edge off
Well,
there,
we had
little
candy
Susie.
cigarettes.
Oh.
You know.
Canned cigarettes?
Candy.
Oh.
Not canned. Well, Prince Albert was in the can.
Yeah,
we used to call grocery stores and ask them if they had Prince Albert in the can, and they would say yes, and then we would say, well, let him out.
Oh, man, like your refrigerator was running. Okay, continue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was stuff we did. But that was for the internet. That's all we had.
Hey, same here. I did that. I ding-dong ditched and did all that stuff, man.
Oh,
but
yeah.
look, going back to handkerchiefs, and if you want, we got Lindsay Lawler hanging out in the
Oh,
midst, and we
cool.
can bring her on.
Grab her.
But my dad would gift me handkerchiefs growing up. And it was every other year. And he gave me handkerchiefs, socks, underwear, and sugar daddies, candies.
Life's essentials.
And I'm going to tell you something, man. I took those for granted. And when I got older, I was like, God, I really wish I had, appreciated those more and everything. And at the same time, I would really like that now because, I'm running out of socks. But I don't need the tube socks. I'm not going to go play tennis anytime soon.
I remember when tube socks came out, and you had to have two stripes at the top.
You got to?
When I was a little boy in the 50s, there was only one color of sock, white.
Well, I'm going to let you finish what you're saying, then we're going to bring in old Lindsay Lawler.
I'm getting y'all all cigarettes for Christmas.
Yes.
I'm getting y'all all cigarettes and socks for Christmas.
Yeah, listen. There's a magazine article in 1925. It said, cigarettes have probably solved more Christmas gifts than anything else, being a good choice and, moreover, forming an inexpensive present.
Well, because, Dave, here's the thing. There's... What are your thoughts, Dave, on the essential? Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
On the
Yeah, really.
on the Christmas gift that's like something somebody needs versus something they want. Because to your point, like back then, yeah, people smoked all the time, so they needed cigarettes. So one $15 or however much it was back then, not that much, that they didn't have to buy was like, oh, that's a gift. That's one thing I don't have to buy. But it's not like exciting because you were going to buy that for yourself anyway. So there's getting the something I need versus something I want is the ongoing debate, both for what I ask for and what I give. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
Don't think too hard, Dave.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't smoke anymore. I quit
I don't
smoking.
smoke any less.
That's funny. I quit smoking on January 11, 1976.
Wow.
I tried for January 1st and didn't make it. And then I thought, you play head games, or I do, with myself, and I usually lose.
That explains a lot.
But I thought, well, 2 1s is better than 1 1, and that's the way I said it, So I went for the 11th, and I made it.
Very nice.
Plus the fact that cigarettes had just gone up to 75 cents a pack in machines, and I got so mad. That was the impetus to quit.
Really?
75 cents?
Yes.
What's a pack now? A pack now is like
$5,
$15.
$6.
Man, when I started
thought it was more than
smoking,
that.
gasoline and cigarettes were both 30 cents. You buy a pack of cigarettes and a gallon of gas for under $1.
A pack of cloves is like $6, $7.
Wow.
How do you know, Dre?
Huh? I'm not going to lie to you. Every year around this time when it starts getting cooler, I like getting a little clove and smoking it, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But that pack lasts me about a month and a half.
I did with the few times I've never been like a smoker, but I've had times where I'm actually my boyfriend in college was a chain smoker. So in order to hang out with him, I had to smoke every once in a while, basically. He's like, do you want to see me? Light up a cigarette. I'm going outside. And then every once in a while in my older days, I feel like an American spirit made me a little more creative and connected to the land and the peoples. That's what I told myself, at least. I'm like, I'm doing this to channel my inner Native American. I just wanted a cigarette, let's be honest.
Hey, nothing makes me feel more badass than a pack of Marlboro Reds, I'll tell you what.
Oh, good Lord. Good Lord.
Go on, Dave.
I've said this a lot, but back in the 50s, when I was a little boy, there were only two kinds of anything. Two cars, Ford or Chevy.
Okay.
Two soft drinks, Coke or 7-Up. Two shoes, Keds or PF Flyers. Two bikes, Schwinn or J.C. Higgins. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, wow.
So when I started smoking, there were only two cigarettes, Camels or Lucky Strikes. My stepfather smoked Lucky Strikes because LMFST, Lucky Strikes, means fine tobacco.
I think the two thing is interesting because that's actually something we try with our daughter. There's a whole theory behind giving people choices, but not too many choices.
Mm-hmm.
And so I try to do that as opposed to saying, "What do you want to wear today?" I'm like, "Do you want to wear these shoes or these shoes?" As opposed to just letting her run free. And then apparently she feels like she's making a decision, but she's not overwhelmed by it. And I'm going to venture to guess that was at the time. Probably somebody owned both of those two companies, I would assume, or something near that. It's like, let's give people a choice as long as both choices are under the same umbrella.
I think you're right. I think it's about choices too. I mean, for us kids, two's enough.
Yeah.
Two is
Same.
enough.
Still today.
This or
we
that.
should go back to that.
Left hand or right hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. The number 4 going, and you're going to love this, Lindsay, and wait till you hear the newspaper or the magazine description. The number 4 gift, and so we go from handkerchiefs and pencils to cigarettes, and we keep escalating price, right? Now the next thing is banjos and ukuleles.
Okay.
A magazine article says, every such uncle, every uncle, when addressed, never knows what to give nephews and nieces whose ages are between 14 and 20. For this problematic age, I love that. For this problematic age, we suggest a visit to the music store, where the very thing could be had in ukuleles and banjos. Lindsay, when you get a chance after the show, go to YouTube and look up, or maybe you've already seen this, and everybody, listen to this, guys, the Ukulele Orchestra of Great Britain. And if Tara is listening, maybe she'll post up a video of the Ukulele Orchestra of Great Britain playing the theme from Shaft.
I think Jimmy got her to watch it one time because we were working together. And that's whenever I was just locked in.
Oh, so Lindsay, you saw that one?
I have not, but I just wrote it down and it's in my search for afterward.
Yes, you will love it. It's stunning. Back around the turn of the century, the 18 into the 1900s, there were mandolin orchestras. I'm talking about 80-piece symphony orchestras made up of nothing but different sizes of mandolins. So you had the smaller mandolins over here for the violins, the bigger ones for the cellos, and you had other mandolins that mimicked the ranges of some of the other instruments. Obviously, they're not going to sound like horns or drums, but mandolins and ukuleles, just super popular.
It's popular for kids. I think still you can go and even to an actual toy store and they have small versions, and I think it's always a good kind of the kid one. You see if the kid is interested in it before you spend a lot of money on something, which is also a smart move before the kid just bashes it to all
heck. You don't want to look at that one in hindsight.
Exactly. We got our daughter a small one, but what's been neat when she was very young, David, so Freya, our daughter who just turned 7, she's been taking piano lessons for, I don't know, maybe even about 2 years now. And it's 30 minutes once a week, but it's enough to get something in her system. Sure. And she enjoys it as far as I can tell. But when we go afterward, there's a small place in downtown Franklin, Tennessee, where they a really neat music store. There are a couple old houses, and they have pianos for sale all around and all kinds of different instruments. And it just made me think of Dave. It's cool to watch her after her lesson. I let her, she always wants to go just walk around the music store and just kind of look at different things, touch everything, play everything, of course, annoy the poor shop owners every time. But I love just seeing, like, just letting her kind of wander and seeing what she gravitates toward. And every time it reminds me of the awe and joy of the first time of hearing an instrument or, playing something or hearing a new sound. It's really cool to watch it through her, and it's helping me remember kind of why I fell in love with music on my own terms,
Yeah,
Aw.
yeah, absolutely.
That's a beautiful thing. Would y'all by any chance want to take a call at this moment?
Yes.
Let's see who this is before we can scoot them in there before we get into the next half and get Dave
Lindsay,
out of here.
Ricky Skaggs told me, he says, I asked him, boy, how do you guys play all those notes on those mandolins? He says, what you do is you grab 3 and play 1. Strings. You grab 3 strings and play 1, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love that you got that from him, from the man himself. Speaking of Mando expert.
We are at the Station Inn. Is the Station Inn still there? Is it still hanging in there?
It's still hanging in there, and I mentioned it just the other day because Vince Gill is one of those people who will just show up and pop up on stage there.
Mhm.
It's still one of those places you never know who will pop up. But it almost shut down for a minute, and everybody, all of us musicians, everyone in town had to rise up, and it threatens to go away every once in a while, and the people rise up, Dave.
Rise up.
The Station Inn is in a little area of downtown Nashville called the Gulch, and it has been gentrified, and the multi-story buildings are all around, and this little cinder block building all by itself is standing in the middle of it. It's like the Bicycles of Paris movie, if you ever saw that.
Yeah.
The cartoon. Is somebody on the phone?
Yeah, we sure are.
Oh.
They sure are.
We
got a few minutes, but let's see if we can get you in here. Who are we speaking into?
Hey there, folks. How we doing today?
What's
Hey
going
there.
on?
Weasel.
Hey, Weasel.
Weasel, I heard. Was that yesterday I heard Weasel or the day before? It'd been a while since you had called, and you were talking to Jimmy and Andre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's good to
Y'all
hear
were
from you.
Thank you. Y'all were talking about Christmas gifts this morning,
Mhm.
here a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
I heard something on early morning on a different on a station this morning. One of the big deals now is from what I understand, it's a corded home phone landline type deal that more or less is Bluetooth, because you can talk on that instead of talking on your cell phone. So people want to put cords back on their phone, and the first thing I thought of, I wonder how many years until they make a cordless phone that goes with that, so people can hold a cordless phone instead of a cell phone. I guess that's a big deal now.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I followed that. Did you follow that, Lindsay?
I'm a little confused.
Andre,
but that's just my party line, so don't. So it's.
Should we have
so
Weasel looked at here or something?
or us, or
Are
maybe
you
you and
okay,
me,
Weasel?
Dave. I don't know.
It was a company that's coming out with looks like a regular home landline phone with a cord on it. But evidently it's a Bluetooth deal that hooks to your cell phone.
Oh.
So when you're at home, you can put your cell phone down, and people will think you're talking on a landline or something.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
I gotcha.
Okay.
I gotcha.
Following.
Okay.
Bluetooth corded phone.
Yeah, so you don't need a house phone.
I've seen it.
There's no answer to the question why on that one. I asked Stormy earlier.
Yeah.
Why did you join the Navy? There's no why for that one, Weasel. I mean,
Why
would
not,
you,
man?
Why would you spend money to do that? And I'm
Nostalgia.
getting one.
Yeah.
I think it's the same reason that the neighbors' kids in our neighborhood, this family takes them to Goodwill and lets them go back and get a phone. Like, they go back to the old typewriters, old phones. Like at Goodwill, you can find all kinds of stuff like that. And a couple little kids in the neighborhood, they picked out the old phones. It doesn't work, but they just play Office with it or play House or whatever, which I did when I was little.
Same.
So I like that who cares? But it's interesting that kids are I guess going back to that. So maybe I'll get my kid a fake phone for Christmas, and Mommy gets a real corded Bluetooth. I don't know. Do we care? Do we care, Dave? Does that give you nostalgia, or is that just one more thing to worry
We
about?
care deeply and profoundly.
I think we care. Weasel, we're going to have to let you go, brother. We're about to transition the show, but if you want to give us a call back in this next half, you're more than welcome.
Please do.
No
Love
problem.
you, Weasel.
You bet. You folks have a good day. We'll be listening to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Weasel. Lindsay, thank you. As you know, I have to scoot here, but I just wanted to say something real quick. Daryl, Dave, I told my wife my next personalized tag will be BR549 and see how many people know what it is. Daryl, I know what it is on both counts. Thanks, man. We'll see you guys Monday.
Monday!
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing,
You can tell
but
Lindsay
did
about
you
it.
know that they're
I
in
got
the
it on the back
heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act. One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Boom, boom, boom. Well, good morning. Good morning to you, all my road gangers. It's Lindsay Lawler here. I almost said sitting in for Jimmy Mack, but no, because we're normally together. He's just not here today. So me and Dre are taking the reins today and running with it. Good to talk to Dave briefly as we transition over here. Good to see everybody over in the chat. Good morning, Bruce Almighty, Trucker Bosun, Chowda. Who else is over there? Who else is talking? Daryl's over there. Forot. The list goes on and on and on. So thank you for sticking with us, standing by us, and especially in this holiday season, which we hope to. You know what's cool, Dre? Because we weren't able to do this on the other platform.
We don't speak
but
of
it. we were able to have, we would do our show and then we'd go off the air and then you would never hear from us again until 6 a.m. the next day or 4 a.m. the next day or whenever. And now we can do whatever we want 24/7. And so especially this holiday season, I think, we can play Christmas music. Maybe we just have a random pop-on Christmas show That's not on Christmas, but another time. But regardless, you can pop on and you've got content 24/7 around here. Some of it is repeat, but that doesn't matter because if you missed it live, then you get to hear it back later. Anyway, it's really cool what we're creating here, and if you keep sticking by us, I promise we'll get to that place where maybe you, whoever you are listening right now, maybe you even get your own show. I don't know. I think we do America's Got Talent next America's Top Model DJ trucker, something like that. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't know if you're talking to me or the truckers.
When I say model, I'm always talking to you, and also the truckers, and
Stop.
also. I'm going to have Seamus come in here in a minute because I want to talk to you about Elf on the Shelf, both the joy and the terror of it. But before, I want to share this with you because I saw this really cool story, Dre. There's a tiny town outside of Traverse City, and they have this tradition where every household puts up a live Christmas tree in their front yard the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Which is cool. Think of your live Christmas tree, put it in the front instead of inside. Maybe not instead of, but in addition to. And it's been happening for generations. It's this one tiny town. It's their way of, lighting up the dark winter because it's very cold in Traverse City.
Yeah.
And, reminding each other to glow. But this year, the tree farm that normally supplies the town had a catastrophic freeze last spring, and they lost almost their entire crop of Christmas trees. So sad, right?
Yeah.
So the town thought that the tradition would have to be skipped for the first time in 62 years.
God, no,
However,
okay.
Who do you think saved the day? What group of people do you think saved the day?
Oh, God, I'm not good at answering questions like this. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, wait, let me think about it. What's
Think
this
about it.
What's this show about? Oh, truck drivers.
Thank you.
Anytime.
A group of truck drivers who were just planning on hauling, standard freight through the region. They heard about the story from a dispatcher who happened to have grown up there in Traverse City. And within 48 hours, of course, they had arranged, unpaid on their own time, by the way, a mini convoy to pick up trees from 3 different farms across Wisconsin and Minnesota. And each farm donated what they could. The drivers donated their time and trucks, and they showed up in that little town at sunrise with 174 trees, one for every household, plus extras for families who had recently moved in. So sweet. So people lined the street, crying, waving their coffee cups, handing out muffins and thermoses of cocoa, and kids came up to the trucks like they were parade floats. Kids came up to the trucks, and I love this because it's kids, it's a next generation seeing truck drivers save the day. Amen, I say. Amen, I say to kids seeing truck drivers save the day. Even the mayor came out and said, the lights will, and I quote, by the way, the mayor said, the lights will turn on this year because someone else cared enough to keep our tradition alive. That someone else are truck drivers.
I just
Come
love,
on!
girl, I love the random and beautiful situations when truckers come to save the day because growing up, there was always Christmas lights and different things we do in Natchitoches, and there was one time to where something happened to where one of the bridges were basically out and they weren't able to get something over, and it comes in small loads. Well, they took a whole convoy and did a whole different route to bring it all through another town, bring it in, and were able to do the big celebration. That was like one of the first times I've got to experience actual truckers besides hanging out with my brother, because I'm like, hey, if everybody's like my brother, all these truckers are like him, then I mean, I'm okay. But then when I met more of them and just see how proud they are and the fact that they did that for them, that's a beautiful thing.
So
Vince.
cool, right?
It's so cool indeed.
Truckers to the rescue. Also to the rescue, my husband just walked in, and I asked him to come out here, Dre, so we could kind of tell you what happened in our household this week. Over in the chat, by the way, Trucker Bosun is asking if Freya has named her Elf on the Shelf yet. The answer is yes, but I'll tell you in a second what that is. Okay, so here's what happened. Okay. I have vowed. I don't know, Seamus, did you vow we would never do an Elf on the Shelf, or did you? Oh, there you go. Sorry.
The only vows I ever made were to you.
Oh,
Man, that was smooth, baby.
come on.
Good morning, Seamus.
Good morning.
He makes me nervous. All right, continue.
Oh, that's okay.
No, but I did. Yes, I was pretty staunch against it. I don't
know if we talked about it or we just both assumed that's obnoxious and we don't want to do it. Maybe.
Anytime it would come up around other people, we would look at each other and be like, "No, I'm not doing that. That seems like too much work."
Yeah, too much work.
If your kids are listening to this show, tell them to go into the other room or go into the back of the cab.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Earmuffs.
Well, so here's what happened, and it turned out like. Spoiler alert, or plot twist rather, it turned out way more joyous than I could have ever anticipated.
Yeah.
We went, Seamus suggested the other day, I was like sort of down in the dumps on Well, always. But
That's
no,
not true.
just
Not
kidding.
always.
Just kidding. On Wednesday, and he was like, "Let's go after school. Once we pick Frey up, let's just go." We didn't need any more Christmas decorations, but he said, "Let's go over to some of the just walk around and look at Christmas decorations and see if we want to get something to add to the collection this year." So we did. We took Freya, and we're walking through a place called At Home, which is just like a massive warehouse of crap, but great. Yeah, right. We have truck drivers here that delivered at home, and so we're walking through. And Freya had watched the night before some movie about elves. I forget what it was. Doesn't matter. They were cute. They were talking. And then all of a sudden was in. And as we're wandering the aisles, she saw Elf on the shelf for sale. And so we had to spin that to be like, oh, you get it there, but then you go home and you put the magic in or whatever. Anyway, and I saw she got so excited. Correct me if I'm wrong, Seamus. When she picked it up, it was like this light entered her face, and she was like, oh my God. And then you saw her figuring out what happens if that elf gets to come home. And she said, am I good enough for it to come home? And I was like, well, of course we have to buy it. So we bought it.
Yeah. But yeah, as soon as we sort of said yes, she was beaming.
She was beaming.
And it wasn't like, oh, look at this shiny new object. It wasn't like that type of beaming.
Yeah, no.
It was like a genuine, you could see her.
Shift.
You're going to be my best friend.
Yeah.
She shifted.
Yeah, she turned into this reasonable person.
A reasonable person. She's not a reasonable person normally. That's why that's funny, by the way. And so then what happened? Then we got home that night. And first of all, if anybody go to my Instagram, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and watch the 2 reels I posted. One of Seamus holding Freya up the ladder to let her put the star on top of the tree. You will cry. I cry. Well, you may not cry. I cried. Dre, you'll cry because you're a crier.
Thanks for telling everybody.
Yeah. It's fine. It was such
I think you'd let that out when you cried on air.
That's true.
Don't bring that up, Seamus. Continue.
But then secondly, Dre, what happened? I put on a Kenny G's "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas," which always does it for me. And she picked the elf off the shelf, and then of course everyone's ever commenting. Everyone's like, "She's not allowed to touch it, don't you know?" I'm like, "Stop spoiling joy. Get out of the way." She can touch it the first time. I went to ChatGPT and I was like, "Give me a magical spell," and then I put some salt and some gold glitter in a bowl and mixed it all up. And we went outside and we said the spell and we sprinkled it over the elf's head, which, by the way, she named Ellie the elf.
Nice.
We sprinkled it over the elf's head. We said this magic spell or Christmas spell, whatever it was. And then she came inside. And Seamus, in your words, explain what happened when she picked up this elf to Kenny G's "Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas."
I would say the elf took over and she was just dancing. More of the elf dancing with Freya than Freya dancing with the elf.
Magic.
Magic.
That's
beautiful.
but
it was usually like she'll do a little dance if she's excited or say something, and it'll be over in 10 seconds, or a little bit more. But this went on and on for like a full minute.
Song.
Yeah, of her dancing, 2 minutes of her dancing and being completely, no self-consciousness, at all, not feeling self-conscious, because she gets very self-conscious, I think, and shy, but she was even looking at, and it usually when she looks at me, she'll stop, but she didn't. She kept going and dancing, and
it was so magical.
It was really cool, and she had some good moves.
She did have some good moves.
Very elegant.
You know what I heard the other day, Lindsay and Seamus? That is a beautiful thing. I forgot who it was that told me. They were like, man, if you lose that joy of Christmas, it's because your mom's not around. Because growing up, the joy of Christmas was your mom. Your mom did what she had to do. She did what she could do, and she made it magical. So you're making it magical, and you too, Seamus.
Yeah. But I agree. I mean, most of my memories of joy and Christmas were with my mom. I mean, not that I didn't have any with my dad. I certainly did, but mostly, the warmth of everything.
Exactly. Moms get excited about that.
Seamus lost his mom this year, actually, so it's poignant to way to go, Dre.
All right, guys, I'll see y'all later.
I'm telling you. No. It's actually no. I mean that it'll be we'll have definitely a reminiscent Christmas this year, but there's a lot of people listening, Seamus, this will be a first Christmas without somebody.
Yeah,
and
a couple of friends, Yeah, it's hard. The Thanksgiving was harder. I always used to hear, "Oh, it's harder at the holidays," but it never rang true to me for anything because even my brother, it wasn't that. It was a different loss, not a different loss, but a different feelings around those holidays, but definitely the parent thing when you lose a parent or two.
Yeah, Seamus lost both his parents this year separately.
And I'm extremely sorry, and you've been handling it as good as you can, man.
Yeah, it's all part of life, I don't say that with no sadness, but it's just the way it is. But the what was I doing now?
I don't know what you're doing. But back to the elf, because we do have a call. We have a call we need to get to, but they want to know, Seamus. Marshall's asking if we're going to move it around, and the answer is yes. We don't move it around. It flies to the North Pole at night, and then it comes back.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
I think it had a couple drinks last night because it's upside down right now.
Upside down on like the ceiling this morning, so it got wasted in the North Pole last night.
Not like that one that went to the strip club or something.
Yeah, the one on the food mixer.
Yeah, he sent me that this morning. So the last time we let Dad be in charge of the elf on the shelf because the elf is drunk and at the strip club. So, let that land. Who's on the phone?
Man, I think we got Bruce Almighty. Smite me, Almighty Smiter.
What's up, Bruce Almighty?
Smite me. Smite, how are you?
We're doing great. How are you, my friend?
Hey, I thought of that when you were saying thanks for sticking with me. I was like, hey, yeah, we stuck it to them so we could stick with you.
Yeah,
hey, put it on the shirt.
That.
Yeah.
Stick it to the other channel, the other platform.
Stick it to
them. I love that. Can you make it? You know what? Maybe we make bumper stickers. That feels like something would be good on a truck.
So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bumper
and I enjoyed your interview with that. And I don't remember her name, the country western singer yesterday. She's real young.
Elle Townley.
Yeah, she was great.
And you know what? Spotify must have been listening because one of her songs came on later on. It started turning country. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then one of her songs came on. I said, oh, she's pretty good.
Oh, nice. You know what's interesting about this, Bruce Almighty? I'm glad you said that because in my head I was like, oh, a young female 17-year-old singer out of Texas. I wonder if this is going to resonate, with our audience. And you never know. We try a lot of different things and hope something sticks. So I'm glad you enjoyed it because for me, I've talked about this on the air. I've been really bad about being open to young people's new music, and that makes me sound really old, and I'm trying to get better at it. And so I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I think we will continue to have sort of all walks and all ages, but I'm glad it resonated with you. She has a new single out, new Christmas song out called Perfect Christmas. That's very sweet and special. So check that out as well. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for letting us know.
Since I'm from Amarillo, that's Texas, so
Well, yeah. There you go.
Texas.
Yes, sir.
And the other thing I kind of wanted to say, I wanted to thank all the other road gang family out there that prayed for my wife this week because she had one of those, when y'all have those screenings or whatever.
Yeah.
Lady screen, the breast or whatever, where she had that let's say 3 weeks ago, and she had to go back. Yeah, she had to go back. They called her back because, we might have found something. So she had to do a sonogram. And some other little tests, but hey, you know what? Everything came out good. So
great,
amen
wonderful
to that.
news.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, thank you for letting us know.
So yeah, but I appreciate all the prayers out there. We're all family here.
That's right. That's it. Whether we chosen family is sometimes the best. Love my blood family, but chosen family is you chose to be there, so we choose you, and thank you for continuing to choose us and sticking it to the other ones. Bruce Almighty, continue prayers for your wife. Thanks for letting us know.
Thank you. I'll let y'all go. I'll listen to the rest of the show.
Thank you. Take care, brother. Be safe.
But I used to be able to see Dre on the computer. Now I just see two of you.
Oh, man, I didn't know you could see me, Seamus.
Well, I tried to wave to you over the computer, but...
he can see you. You just can't see
I'm waving.
There's his hand.
Oh, hey, man. Thanks.
Hey, man. Go Sublime. I love that T-shirt.
Dude, thanks, brother. Yeah, I have to do it on my cell phone, and I'm about to have to whip something up to where I can put it on this computer. But there's 40 programs on this computer, and it'll be the day that it crashes whenever I'm trying to be on the webcam.
Well, you look hot,
Yeah, it
sexy
takes it.
Jesus. Still
Thank
killing
you.
it.
Oh, speaking of hot, I think Tara's here.
Oh.
That's
Tara
a
the turtle. Poking her head in. Poking her
I'm here.
poking her head.
Poking my head out of my shell.
Come out of your
There you
shell.
go.
Tara, say hi to my husband.
Come on, tea time.
Hi, husband.
Hi,
How are
turtle.
you? Hi, turtle.
Tweedle. I
Tweedle.
love turtles.
Yeah,
I met the oldest turtle in the world. Well, it's not a turtle. It's a
Tortoise.
tortoise.
Wait, tell that story. That's interesting. You'll like this, Tara.
I met the oldest tortoise in the world.
That's a real thing.
That's a real story.
That was a good one.
No, yeah, it was. It's in the Seychelles, I think, and it's just like this giant. It just looks like a giant boulder, really, and then it's got this super long neck that sticks out. And
Was it a
goes,
Galapagos?
No, it was in Seychelles.
Seychelles, which is-
I think it was the Seychelles. I could be wrong. I'll have to.
How old?
Was I or the turtle?
No one cares how old you were. How old?
I know. I don't remember.
This is a terrible story.
Oh, well, I wasn't prepared to tell it. That's why I didn't tell it.
I didn't have the clip notes.
Yeah.
How old is the oldest tortoise in the world? And where does he or she live? Sorry,
It's a he.
Tara, we'll get
It's a
right
he.
back to you. The world's oldest living land animal is Jonathan the tortoise.
Yeah, Jonathan. That's right. I remember that.
Jonathan. He's a
Jonathan.
Seychelles giant tortoise who's around 193 years
God.
old. He was born circa 1832, and as of right
Holy.
now, he's residing on the remote South Atlantic island of St. Helena.
How
Yeah.
do they live longer than us?
He lives on
It's
the
a different
grounds
species.
of the governor's residence, by the way.
Yeah, if you
Shut up,
didn't know.
Seamus.
And he holds the Guinness World Record as the oldest living land animal.
Yeah.
So-
Wild.
Imagine being a turtle or a tortoise with like a world record. Like that's kind of impressive.
You know how many
Does he
wars I've
know?
seen?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. You know how many presidents I've seen come and go, and there's not been a difference in any of them?
Yeah, when he comes home and his wife doesn't care, he's like, "Don't you know I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records?" She's like, "Jonathan,
Look at the plaque on the wall.
I knew Moses, okay?
Jonathan, get back to work."
He knew
Get back to work. Get
Go
back.
on.
Jonathan. Hi, good morning, Tara. What's going on? It's time for Breaker Back Talk with Tara.
For 8 minutes.
Good morning. I'm stoked to be here. Stoked to see you in a few days, Lindsay. Wow.
Me
I feel like we see each other more in other states and we live like an hour away from each other. And I always see you in Texas and Kentucky and DC every year, but I'm excited
Wow.
to be there.
We have to go on trips in order to be together, so I guess we need to go on more trips. Go on.
It's true.
Are you in Kingston Springs? Is that right? Did I have that wrong?
No, I'm like outside of Clarksville, but in like BFE. So like
Oh,
Indian
right.
Mound, Tennessee. So you would
Oh,
never
okay.
probably know what that is. But yeah,
what?
towards
Indian
LBL, Indian
Oh,
Mound.
I do.
Tennessee.
I've driven through there.
Really?
I always take the
Wow.
back roads wherever I go.
Same. I hate the interstate.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward in here. Not because of you guys, but because of me. I was gonna say it's National Bathtub Party Day, and I was gonna ask Lindsay what
Wanna
celebrity
take a bath together?
she would take a bathtub party with, but I guess with Seamus. He's here.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
But besides the one she actually takes
besides
bathtubs
the
with.
obvious, I would take a bath with Steve Martin and his banjo.
Oh.
You know what I would take a bath in? When Jonathan dies, I'm going to make a bathtub of it.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
God, too soon.
He's not even 200 yet, man.
He's alive.
Too soon. I would take one with Steve Martin because I think he'd entertain me with his banjo playing.
Aw.
But now I'm thinking of being naked with Steve Martin. It just got
Yeah,
real-
you're like,
real creepy.
But are you thinking of that because of the jerk when he was in the bathtub?
I wasn't even, but now
And
I
he
am.
reads the letter and it's all
Visual.
wet and you can't read it.
What about you, Tara? Who's your bathtub
This is
partner?
great radio. It was all wet.
Wet radio.
Who do you want to be in a tub with, Tara?
What celebrity do you want to take a bath with, weirdo?
Oh, you know it's Nick Jonas. No secret there. We can move forward though.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And by the way, Marshall Platter in the chat says the tortoises they never leave the house. That's why they live so long.
Damn.
I like it.
My
Yeah.
goodness.
Good dad joke, buddy.
Yeah. I like it.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
Well, since y'all asked mine, mine's Lenny Kravitz.
And you know what he needs a bath
Okay,
because
Dre.
I hear he doesn't smell very well.
Because he's au naturel.
Exactly. That's why I brought it up.
That's
That dude needs a bath, but I want to hear about his life. But hey, listen, I'm straight. I just want to be in the bathtub with a man.
Yeah, you
They're
know,
really
you're,
strong.
you're,
Save that.
you're strong with who you are. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Go on.
Save that quote, by the way. Go on, Tara.
Well, we have a lot of comments. We have one from 3.5 that says, "Great show yesterday. Thanks for the kind words. Truckers, be safe out there as Mother Nature throws you her bad side." And that's true. We have snow out here in Tennessee. Do you guys have snow right now? Just a little bit?
We sleeted last night. I had nothing to do with it.
We sleeted.
That's a first.
I love that.
Yeah, but I got nervous they were going to cancel school today, and I was like, no, because I actually have plans today, and I need you to contain my child. So
Thank you very much. Yeah, our house, we just got the roof on it yesterday, and it's a black roof, and it is white. Like the first day we get it is white, not black. So yeah,
cool.
we have a little bit of snow.
Okay. Yes, but truck drivers, be careful out there. And I love there's, our drivers over there in the chat, whether you're chatting on YouTube or Facebook or actually calling in, always feel free to call in and give us the weather report where you are. That is something we will continue to do, something we used to do on the other platform, but we can do it here more often. So yes, continue to keep those updates coming. Thank you for that. Tara, go on.
Well, I put out a graphic for you guys I was wanting to have you guys weigh in on the worst Christmas food, and we had a lot of people chiming in. Rebecca Brewster dropped in and said fruitcake, oyster stuffing, and eggnog all get a thumbs down from me.
You watch your mouth.
I agree on the first two.
Was she putting those together or are those three separate things?
Yeah.
No, separate. Could you imagine? Jeez, Louis.
Goulash.
No. Eggnog, okay, just like a shot of it, the holiday kind. I can get down with that, but fruitcake and oyster stuffing, this is disgusting. I'm sorry, bye.
Have you had oyster stuffing, Seamus?
Yeah, it's good.
Ooh.
Yeah, no.
Well, it's minced. It's just like sausage, so it's not like
making it worse.
Well, they do it like you do like a roasted oyster, right? Like a oyster's Rockefeller or whatever.
Yeah, it's cooked. It's not raw. It's not.
So you don't like oysters, is what you're telling me?
No. Seamus is an oyster aficionado. He's from a place called Wellfleet on the Cape Cod, where he will tell you Wellfleet oysters are the best in the world.
I think they're the best in the world.
Do you
And
like
a lot of
eggnog?
people think they're the best in the world.
Do you like eggnog?
I like eggnog.
Yeah, sure.
Eggnog shooter with oyster.
Okay, transition. All right, go on. Damn it, I was going to put a story in it, but he ruined it.
No, for real.
All right, go ahead, Tara.
No, guys, drop in the chat right now if you can. Tell us your worst Christmas food. Steve F said the worst food is the food I don't have.
Hey.
Sort of agree, but come on, guys. There's certain things you can't get behind. There's no way you're eating everything out there. Come on, turtle soup.
Look, I'm gonna
turtle bath soup.
Ooh,
Turtle bath.
God.
Seamus's turtle bath soup. That's
Tortoise
on the
bath.
menu.
Oh God! Look,
Anyways.
I'll jump in and answer that question. God love my mom. God love her so much. She's such a beautiful being. She's a fantastic 73-year-old stoner. But anytime she tries to be like, "Hey, I'm gonna cook this year's Christmas dinner or this year's Thanksgiving dinner," hey, Mom, I got it. You know what I mean? It's okay. All right, she can cook a mean hot pocket, and that's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is there No, I'm not even gonna ask. I was gonna ask if there's like like seasonal hot pockets. Like,
No.
did they make like
She can do gumbo,
stuffing?
but
Stuffing hot pocket.
she just look, dude. She just partakes in her pharmaceutical stuff, and then she forgets what she doing, and she burns
Well,
everything.
Okay, over in the chat, by the way, Marshall's with you. He loves oysters, Seamus.
Yeah, Marshall.
By the way, Trucker's Voices says they're starting to get nauseous. Me too.
Same,
Cherry
Tim.
stone. I don't know what cherry stones are.
Cherry stones. They're small clams. You like those?
Oh,
I do like
Yeah,
those.
they're very sweet.
Oh, okay. I
Oh,
like
like
those
you.
apparently. Aw. And then somebody said plum pudding. I don't know what that is either.
Oh, what?
I mean, I assume it's plum pudding.
Pudding, I guess.
Ooh, I would eat that. That
I love
sounds
plums,
I like plums and I like pudding.
but I don't know if
Plums, good. Pudding, good. Plum pudding,
Put 'em
great.
together.
I guess. It's like that episode from
Sure.
Friends when
Yeah.
she makes a mincemeat pie with ladyfingers. And he's like, what's not to love? Meat? Good.
ladyfingers.
Ladyfingers,
Good.
good.
Ooh, this looks good. It looks like pound cake. All right, I can get down with that.
All right, Tara, go on.
We only
A
got
lot of
minute
people
and a
said
half.
fruitcake. Tim C, Lynn L, Joe J, Chuck H, and Daniel M all agreed with fruitcake. Dan C said oyster stuffing as well. 3.5 said chitlins.
Oh yeah, dude.
Christmas food? Disgusting. Hello? Yeah, not a fan there. I'm gonna say something very controversial, guys.
Let's go.
I can almost guarantee no one listening is going to agree with me. Please don't hold it against me. The Little Debbie Christmas tree cakes do nothing for me.
Same.
Huh.
I don't know what they
Same.
are.
It's
I mean, I
Like,
can imagine, but
like the white little Christmas tree cakes. They're like famous. They even like sell 4-foot versions of them at Walmart. Like that's how
a
iconic
4-foot
they are.
version of a cake?
Version
no,
of a
it,
cake, yes, like the Christmas tree iced cakes from Little Debbie's. I'm just not a fan. It's not a health choice because, girl, I love a Little Debbie, but not the cake version.
You're not saying you're better than us. That's not where you're going. You're just saying not for you.
Not for me, the
Understood.
cake version, dude. I could give you my top Little Debbie snacks. Cosmic brownie is number one. Fudge round's number two. Probably oatmeal cream pie, and then Star Crunch. But like the cake ones, like the zebra cake and stuff, they don't do nothing for
Dude,
me.
you do a lot. I'm Star Crunch and Swiss cake rolls.
Oh.
Swiss cake rolls were what were in my
Okay.
lunch growing up. And by the way, speaking of moms and lunches, and then we're gonna lose you, Tara, but not lose you. Just time's up.
Oh, jeez.
But stick around, Tara. Actually, if you want to pop back in for country and western music news with Dre and I at 10:30, I would love that. Just saying, but no pressure.
It'll be fun.
It'll be fun. But 4 Odd over in the chat says that his mom and grandpa loved liverwurst sandwiches while playing cards over the holidays.
Okay, on that note.
And by the way, last night for my birthday dinner, I asked my mom to make meatloaf and shells and cheese. That's what she made for me when I was a kid for my birthday.
Aw.
Everybody thought I was crazy. They're like, "You're not going out to dinner?" I'm like, "No, I want my mom's meatloaf." My sister went, "Bleh, you're so ghetto." Anyway, I loved it. Thank you, Mom, for making your meatloaf. Thanks, Seamus.
Thanks.
Thanks for
Bye.
keeping the Christmas
Bye,
miracle in
Seamus.
our house.
Bye.
We'll be right back with Stacey Huckabat. She is a world-renowned photographer. Don't go anywhere.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Welcome back. It's Road Gang Radio. I'm Lindsay Lawler, I'm not sitting in today. I'm here every day, but I'm still here. I'm still here today. That's the good news, I guess.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are. Hey, do we have our next guest on the phone?
Oh,
Dre?
God. She is already sounding lovely already. Good to have Stacey back.
I'm so excited to talk. It's the what happened. And Stacey, by the way, I have my husband sitting in here who has also worked with Dolly, so he's going to listen in to our conversation today. More on that in a second. But I love when we get a return guest, and I actually love it when I get a return guest all to myself. Jim's not here, so that means Stacey and I get to dive even deeper today, one-on-one. But every now and then we get lucky enough on the show to talk with someone who doesn't just document the world, but they help us really see it. And that is what Stacey Huckabat does so well. She's one of these rare people. She's an award-winning, internationally recognized photographer, filmmaker, writer, and speaker whose work has appeared everywhere from Rolling Stone to Marie Claire to the Wall Street Journal. She's photographed legends from Pearl Jam to Dolly Parton. And Dolly, by the way, trusts her as her ongoing in-house photographer, which tells you everything you need to know about the level of soul and integrity that she brings to her work. But what I love most about Stacey, from what I've just captured from her work, is that she doesn't just chase the perfect image. She's really chasing truth and the humanity and that moment when someone finally sees themselves. And this is what I really want to talk about today. As well as, by the way, her own personal transformation, losing 220 pounds and reshaping her inner and outer world. Inner world being the most important, guys. It informs every picture she takes now and every story that she tells. And every human, by the way, that she lifts up. So she's a returning guest, but today it's just the two of us and the guys that are lurking in the background, which means we get to go a little deeper, and let's get into it. We're going to get into the art of seeing, the art of being seen. This is something I could talk about for days and days. Stacey Huckabat, welcome back. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So happy to have you. And I love that you're just down. I know that you're just down the road from me over in East Nashville. We used to live over in that neck of the woods. And I love having somebody on that's just down the way. You know the ins and outs. So thanks for coming back. We're just gonna dive right in because people have heard you on the show before, so we know a little bit of the backstory. But
Love you.
We love you so much. Being seen is very, very important to me. It's actually, Stacey, a trigger in my world. When I'm not seen, I lose it. Even though I realize now, in order to be seen by others, we have to see ourselves, Pollyanna and all that stuff. So, but to you, when you're looking at someone through your camera, what part of them are you truly trying to meet first? Like the person they show the world, or is it the part they're trying to hide? Are you consciously trying to pull out the hidden part of somebody?
I definitely am trying to, as fast as possible, get past the thing that they're trying to portray to the world.
Oh, get past it. Okay.
For sure. I want to break that fourth wall as quickly as possible. I mean, I think everybody has seen that. You know what I mean? Like if you're a person who consistently presents yourself to the public in whatever manner, whether you're a musician or a CEO or whatever it is, if you are a person who portrays yourself to the general public, they have seen that. They know that. And I can do that. Like I can create a nice photograph that's going to match with that. But my inherent goal is to reach something inside of them that's a little bit different, so that they have something portrayed to the world that's a little more authentic, that's a little more genuine, that's a little more intriguing to their audience.
Wow. Okay, it's fascinating, and especially because of your own transformation. So I'm so curious. We talked a little bit about this last time, but I'd like to go a little deeper on who Stacey Huckabee is as a photographer pre and post your own physical transformation. But more importantly, before we talk about that, what that did to your work, what did it do to you? Like, did your physical or did your outside or your inside transformation come first?
Definitely my outside. It was the outside transformation that shaped my inside. Okay. I famously wrote a piece for the Huffington Post and for the Guardian UK about this, but like when I started losing the weight, I guess I had lost about 100 pounds at that point. So I was still in a very large physical body, but I wasn't like morbidly obese at that point. I was a little more standard size. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I noticed how differently people treated me just moving through the world. Like people would open doors for me, or if I dropped an apple at the grocery store, someone would bend down to help me. And those were all things that had never really happened for me, just sort of the random kindness of strangers in that much larger body. And I was deeply affected by that, by the realization that literally nothing about me at that point had really changed except for the size of my pants. And I was still the same person with the same capabilities, the same thought processes, the same intellect, the same talent. Like all of those things were still inherently part of me. I just wore a different size pants. And I think that is what made me want to reach people in a way that I could showcase for them, no matter what, how people perceive them, showcase the beauty inside of them became really important to me, to showcase that inner light, that inner thing that intrinsically is part of them no matter what.
I want to point out something Stacey said during that, which shows you, what a huge transformation she's done from the inside. And this conversation is really important, Stacey, because the vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers who battle health conditions all the time and trying to, stay healthy on the road. The options are limitless, and they're sitting all the time. They spend a lot of time alone. But something you said in there was really big to me. You said, I was in a large physical body. You didn't say I was large, or I was overweight, or I was, because that names it, like that makes it who you are. And it wasn't who you were. It was just part of your physical output. And so I love you said, I was in a large physical body, because there's a person, there's a soul inside whatever the meat suit is. And so
that's what I was going to say. This is just a meat suit that gets us from point A to point B. Like it's just a physical incarnation of what carries who we truly are with us.
I
think
love
that's one of the reasons that like people say the eyes are the window to the soul. And that's so incredibly true, because nothing else really matters. It's what's on the inside that counts. And so it's really important to me in my work to reach that inside of that person. And that's why, especially for artists and performers and that kind of thing, to break through that fourth wall is so important to me, because I think people spend so much time curating this very specific physical exterior, and that's not really who they are. And that's not where the strength of their writing comes from. That's not where the strength of their performing comes from. That's not where the strength of their storytelling comes from. That's not where their heart is. That's not where their empathy is. That's not where any of it lives, is in that curated thing on the outside.
And it's really, I mean, I know as I'm a performer myself, and whenever I get in with a photographer, I'm always I could be on stage for tons of people and not be nervous. It's when I'm one-on-one with the photographer, because that's the time. It's not even about the photographer. It's the time about us to that person on the other side of the camera to be like, oh crap, I am completely exposed right now, and I have to, like, there's no band behind me, there's nobody clapping in the audience, nobody cares right now. And so finding somebody who can make you feel comfortable is wildly important. So outside of your work, obviously you're able to do that. So many, hugely respected icons in the world trust you. But outside of your work piece of it, is that something you do with family and friends? Do people say, oh, you just make me feel seen? Is that something you carry into the world, or do you have to turn that off so you won't energetically die?
And even when I do photo shoots with people, like, people are like, oh, I'm going to be nervous. Like, they'll tell me that, like, I'm nervous or whatever. I'm like, dude, please do not be nervous. Like, we're just going to hang out. Like, we're going to hang out. We're going to have fun. I'm just going to have a camera on me. But, like, my photo shoots are kind of geared that way. Like, I just lost one of my dear, dear friends, Todd Snyder. And I'm one of the only people he really allowed to be a photographer for a long time. And so I've had this conversation with a few people recently about that. And it was because we never did a photo shoot. Like, we just hung out. There were a couple of times where, speaking of breaking through that fourth wall, I did 3 or 4 different photo shoots with him where he loved the pictures. He was really happy with them. And then he would email me, like, the next day or a day or so later and be like, we've got to come reshoot it. And I'd be like, what's the problem? And he always came up with some sort of ridiculous idea. And then one day I pinned him down and I'm like, what is the deal with these reshoots? Like, do you not like the pictures? Like, what am I doing that's buggy? Because I always want to get to that too. Like, I don't want to waste people's time. Like, even though we were friends and I loved hanging out with him, I would have done a shoot with him every day. But I wanted to know what it was. And it wasn't that I was missing anything. I broke that fourth wall so hard. He was like, those are pictures of your friend Todd. Those are not pictures of the guy that gets on stage and sings folk songs. Like, that's not that guy. That's a different guy. And so we had to work through that a couple of times. But yeah, I feel that I am that way with people. Like, I am that person that people come to. Like, I used to be, especially when I lived in really East Nashville proper, I used to be really famous for my deck hangs. Like, people would, if there were Christmas lights on the deck, it was open and people could come by. And I was really centrally located up in East. So people would stop by on their way to, on their way home from. Like, that deck was just always open with people hanging out and talking. And it was sort of it was an unspoken, nobody brought, it wasn't like a deck hang, like people brought guitars and sing-alongs or any of that. Like, it was just a place for, like, really open flow of conversation. Like, people just always feel comfortable around me. And I think it's because I really don't, I'm not one of those people, like, at an event or something. I'm not shaking your hand and saying hi, but looking over your shoulder to see who else is walking in the room. Like, I'm really interested in seeing and hearing and talking to the person in front of me, and not that it's the same thing, whether it's in person or whether I'm behind the camera. It is the exact same thing. Like, I don't have any interest in whatever that thing is that you're portraying to the rest of the world. I want to know who you are, because, and it kind of goes back to the person that I was in that larger body. Like, I feel like what the realization was is I realized that no one saw me. And so it became very important for me to see other people. Regardless, it doesn't have to be what the world would perceive as a negative thing. Like, when I was in that larger body, I can be talking when I'm shooting Dolly Parton. Like, her manager was so stunned the first time that I got on set with her. Like, I'd shot her live, but the first time I had a photo shoot with her was for her Holly Dolly Christmas record and a bunch of other promotional stuff. And he was like, now she's only got 3 poses, so don't waste your time. And I was like, that sounds crazy.
You're like, hold my beer,
Dolly
move.
Parton. She's got more than 3 poses. What are you talking about? And I had been around her, and I'd been around her family or whatever. This was the first time in a photo shoot, but like, I don't want to say I wasn't starstruck, because I was. Like, that morning I was sick to my stomach all morning long. Like, I was nervous as a cat. But when I got on set with her, like, we started singing and dancing, and like, she came out in this red dress, and one of my favorite movies is Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, and I was like, girl, you are giving Miss Mona, and I just started singing, it's just a itty bitty physical, and she started singing with me, and we started dancing and singing and cutting up, and because I knew some of her family, and some of them were there, like, I was sort of cracking jokes at some of her friends and family, like, immediately, even with her, broke through that fourth wall. And when we looked back at the pictures, like, the same guy who had been like, she's only got 3 poses, was like, oh my God. And that's how I really became one of her more favored photographers. I mean, she moved on to other people because I was busy working on her book and lost her for a year. And now she's off working with other people. But at the time, I became like, I was the person she requested. And it's because I didn't get on with her and be like, oh, you know, and like, like, I see her as a person. She has her own, which I won't name here, but she has her own insecurities about how of things on her body, and like, sure, everybody's got that stuff, and it's like looking through it to the person at the core. You know, she said something to me really profound on one of our shoots, and I hope if she hears this, I hope she doesn't get mad at me for saying this, but like, at one point I was sort of directing her, and I was like, now relax your shoulders a little bit, you know, whatever. And she goes, oh, you don't have to tell me about these shoulders. I carry so much weight on these shoulders. And I was like, oh, I bet you do. You know, I said it offhandedly. And then she hit me with this. She was like, you know, being Dolly Parton is the easy part. Being the Dolly Parton everybody expects you to be, that's the hard part. Wow. And I was like, oh, damn. You know what I mean? Like, she has to walk around and carry that perception everywhere she goes. And it was like an honor of a lifetime to be in a moment with her where she felt comfortable enough to drop that for a moment with me on set.
Wow, that's so big, because you think about, I said the other day, Stacey, one of my girlfriends said to me at one point, she goes, you're always so strong. I always appreciate how strong you are. I'd be full fetal in this. And for a lot of years, I took that as like a badge of honor. I'm like, yeah, I can handle anything. And then I realized, oh my God, no, like, that's not, it's one thing to handle anything, but to live up to like this perfect, or not perfect, but this, like, you know, I'm always okay. I never break down, whatever. And so for Dolly Parton, think about that. It's, everyone says, you know, Dolly for president. Dolly's the angel of the world, and she is. But think about that. Never stopped and thought about the pressure of that.
She hears that, and she knows it, and the weight that she has to carry of that, of always being Dolly Parton. Like, can you imagine?
No. Like,
to me, I was like, oh my God, can you imagine being Dolly Parton and having to be that Dolly Parton? Like, it would be so hard, because, you know, going back to what you said about yourself of being strong, like, to me, real strength lies in the vulnerability of being human. Like, real strength lies in failing and getting up again. Real strength lies in falling apart and putting yourself back together. Like, that's where real strength lies. It's not always being pristine and perfect. And so the weight of trying to always be that, it would be so incredibly hard.
Oof. It would be a lot. And it makes me want, if you don't mind, I would love for you, because I do a segment on here called Country and Western Music News. And Stacey, I know you'll appreciate this. I make sure, especially being a Nashville writer, I don't do anything salacious. I'm not talking about gossip. I'm finding human interest stories, positive spins it's very important to me to never, outside of, there's one guy that I like to riff on, but that's sort of our joke. Other than that, we stay real positive. And so I was, I was obviously very invested in the Todd Snyder story recently. And if you wouldn't mind, just a quick sidestep, because I want our listeners to know what an incredible human Todd was. I did not personally know him well, but I knew his music, and I have worked with a lot of people who work with him and speak nothing but lovely things. And since you were close with him, could you just tell our audience, because I'd love people posthumously to go back and consume his work and hear the soul, the heart and soul of who he was as a human and a writer.
It's still really hard for me to talk about Todd.
Sure.
And we had been friends since before he ever got his first record deal. He lived upstairs from a guitar player for a band that I used to hang out with in Memphis. And so he was like a brother to me. And honestly, I hate that I have to say, well, it's not true, because I said it to his face many times, but like, a whole lot of my career I owe to him. Like, it was his idea for me to come. There's never been somebody that I've witnessed in my life that was more of a champion for people. Like, he had a reputation for being ornery, and he had a reputation for being naughty, and people have all these salacious things that they love to say about him. And honestly, so much of that was fourth wall. Like, he curated these stories about himself because he got a kick out of it. He, famously among friends and stuff, he sort of loved if there were a lot, especially like lies in the press, like he loved it. Like, he fed off of it. Like, there was a story about him and Elizabeth Cook and them at when they did that not Come to East Nashville, but the East Nashville Tonight movie premiere. And somebody started this rumor that they like destroyed the green room at the Bell Court and like stole all the snacks from the thing, and like none of it was true. But oh my God, he loved that story, and he pushed that as far as it could go. Like, he sort of loved that people would tell these stories about himself. But privately, he really was truly one of the kindest cheerleaders I've ever known. And he was that way with so many people. One of my favorite things that I've loved on social media reading is like people keep publishing these emails that he sent to like musicians, songwriters that I've never heard of, people that don't even have careers. But he would get their records and then would reach out to them and send them emails about how much he loved their record. And like, or would take, like Alan Thompson famously came out and did a post where he was talking about how Todd, when nobody else in Nashville would even take him seriously, Todd took him out on the road as an opening act. And like, he just was a cheerleader for art and for artists. And like, it was last year, I think my dog had cancer. It was supposed to only live 4 months with it, but wound up living almost a year with it. And the medical bills were astronomical, to the point that I took a part-time job at the mall at the Banana Republic folding pants, because at least that job covered the medical bills. Wow. Because I was getting way into debt, like $30,000 in debt. Whoa. And we used to watch football together. And he would email me and be like, come tighten up. And that just meant come watch the Titan game. And I kept emailing him, I can't, I'm at the I'm working at the Banana Republic, I can't, I'm at the Banana Republic. And then anyway, one day I did wind up going out there, and when I walked up, he was, you might have to beep this, but he was like, "You look like shit." And I was like, "Don't say that to me. Like, you look like shit all the time," and I never say it to your face. He was like, "You just," and again, that's breaking through that fourth wall. Like, he saw the inside of me even walking up, knowing that I was whooped. And he was like, "No, seriously, what's going on?" And I was like, "Man, it's just been tough, working at the Banana Republic." He was like, "It's so funny when you say that." And I was like, "What is funny about that?" And it didn't dawn on me, like, Todd doesn't go to the mall. He didn't know what the Banana Republic is. He thought that I was making a funny joke about like the state of, like, I was out working in the Banana Republic that is the world right now.
Oh, he like genuinely didn't know that you were being serious.
Correct. And I was like, "No, I'm folding chinos at the Banana Republic." And he was like, "Oh my God, no, you're an artist and a filmmaker and a director. Like, this cannot be happening." And he immediately got on the phone and started making phone calls and like all this. And by 9:00 at night, he had me lined up all of these different little side gigs and jobs. He was like, "You have to quit, like right now, like here, wow. Call them right now and quit." Like at his house, he had me call and quit that job. He was like, "You're an artist. You cannot be folding pants at the mall." Like, wow. He was such a proponent of artists and of art and of people living an authentic life, true to their free spirit on the inside and not being tied to chains. I mean, that's just who he was as a person. He was a champion and a cheerleader and kind and funny. And I'm still trying to figure out how to live without his daily emails. It's hard. I love him deeply.
I mean, it's so incredible to hear you say those stories, and because, again, everyone wants to be seen in the world, and especially for the fact that he saw other artists, because I do have some friends as well who, like, somebody who he produced, and she's like, "I had nothing going on, and for whatever reason, he took me under his wing, and he did that for so many people." And we can parlay this just to anybody, to whether it be your clients or somebody listening out there driving a truck. You say you want your clients to walk away seeing themselves in a way they never have before. So what do you think, Stacey, you're an expert in the subject matter at this point, what do you think keeps most people, and I'm not talking about artists here, I'm talking about just the human nature, what do you think keeps most people from seeing their own power?
Oh, Oh, I think that it's the fear of being judged. I mean, I do a lot of social media. Like, I'm very active on TikTok, and I mean, people always come to me like, "Oh, I can't do it," and I'm like, or I don't get any traction. And I think that this relates to just real life. It's because you're unwilling to like show your Again, it goes back to that real strength is in vulnerability. Like, people are so attuned to seeing through your bullshit, and you don't realize it. Like, you think you're putting on a good show for people, but they know. Like, they can tell. And I think it's the fear of being judged or perceived. Like, some people just have a hard time even being perceived. Like, they don't want to be perceived. Like, they want to stay hidden. They want to stay in the shadows. And I think that is the thing that keeps people from living their real authentic life or being their real authentic selves, is a fear of being perceived and or of being judged by other people. You know, human nature is, even little kids, like it can trace all the way back to like childhood. Like, if you were picked on in school, or you were bullied by a teacher, or you didn't have a great home life, or you had a step parent that was mean to you. Like, there's so many things that form us and shape us when we're little that are so hard as adults to get past. But I implore people always to be authentic. Like, it can start, like when I tell people on TikTok, like, start making your favorite spaghetti meal. Like, because once you get in the ring of it, you're just going to be making spaghetti. Like, you're not going to be aware of the camera on you. Like, it starts with small things. Like, but you have to learn to live authentically and to be perceived and to get past that fear of judgment. And like, because it doesn't matter. Like, who cares? I love this quote of like, there's 7 billion people on Earth. If 5 of them don't like you, who cares? Like, but be your authentic self.
Yeah. I realized at one point, I remember saying one day in the studio, I was like, I just hope everyone here likes me. Literally, my producer looked at me and he's like, are you insane? And it changed everything for me. I'm like, oh, that idea, if everyone likes you, you're doing it wrong. That finally landed for me at 46 years old. I'm like, oh crap, that's what I've been doing wrong. I'm trying to impress and please everyone but myself. What the heck?
Yep. When I wrote that article for The Guardian I was talking about earlier, I got a ton of flack for it, because in the article I talk about a moment where I really wasn't kind to somebody. Like, they opened a door for me and I started screaming at them. They didn't know I was screaming at them. I just was like, I snapped and was like, you wouldn't have opened that door for me when I was 200 pounds or whatever. And the point of the article was that I was in the wrong. But it was also the point of that recognition of what had been happening to me my whole life and what was happening in that moment. And I got a ton of flack to the point where The Guardian had to shut down the comments. And my friend Tommy Womack sent me an email and was like, girl, just know this. If you're not getting flack, you're not over the target. Like, and it's true. If you are pleasing everybody, you're definitely not pleasing yourself. Like, if you're pleasing everybody and if everybody likes you, you're not being authentic and you're doing something wrong. And you should push people out of their comfort zone. You should push people out of their, to be angry. You should, I think that as humans, the way to help other people grow is by those moments of discomfort, those moments of anger, because anger is at the root fear. And so if you're not pushing people into other emotions, you're not doing anything to drive a conversation in any way. You're just keeping everything status quo. So I feel like you should always be pushing some kind of boundary. You should be evoking. That's why writers, authors, painters, dancers, they evoke some kind of emotion in you. And that is what people resonate with when it comes to music or film or books or any of it, is having those emotions pushed inside of them. And so I think that that's part of our job as humans here on this planet, is to push the boundaries a little bit, to further the conversation, to expand consciousness. And if you're just status quo, you're definitely not doing that.
Thank you for using that term. Actually, we have an artist coming up next on the show, and that's his whole deal. He's writing in frequencies and talking about expanding consciousness. So that was a perfect lead in. Thank you. So we're almost, unfortunately, out of time with you, because I could listen to you talk my whole life. Quick little lightning round for you here. Lightning round. So what's the photo you wish you could take but you haven't yet? Who or what is that?
Oh, well, I just got, I got to work this year. I got to work on, I think we talked about this little time last time, but I got to work on Michelle Obama's new book about her style evolution, and I got to go into her archives and photograph some of her clothes. But oh my God, working with somebody like Michelle or Barack Obama, like working with world leaders. I would love to work with world leaders. Like, talk about people that have curated. Can I break through a fourth wall of somebody in a position like that? Like, I've worked with Dolly Parton and that kind of thing. But the idea of not working with their garments or their clothes, or like I've worked with a lot of icons in that way. And in the music industry, I've worked with a lot of icons and trying to get through that fourth wall. But somebody on a stage like that, like a world leader, really of any kind, of seeing what I could pull out of somebody like that, I think would be really fun.
Ooh, I love that. Okay, and then what is the quickest? Oh, I look forward to seeing what world leader that is, because that's how you, to be in all seriousness, how you, Stacey, do your part in changing the world by bringing out the positive things in our world leaders. So good on you.
Well, and talk about people that change the collective consciousness. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Exactly. Okay, then finally, what's the quickest way someone can ruin whether it's your subject matter or you, I guess, the quickest way to ruin a photo session? Or can you always save it? Maybe Stacey Huckabee can always save it. I believe if anyone can, it's you. But if someone was going to ruin it, what would that be besides being a complete ass?
It's the same thing that we're talking about, being unwilling to break through that fourth wall. I mean, go to JCPenney and just get a portrait. You know what I mean? Like if you're coming to a real photographer to get a piece of art, you've got to be willing to be vulnerable and break it down. And I have had shoots like that where I just couldn't get through, and ultimately the client didn't like their pictures, and it's because they are unwilling to let that come through.
Love it. And what's the biggest myth about photographers that you'd love to erase forever? Is there that
it's the camera. That's a nice camera. Those pictures are so good. What kind of camera did you use?
Got it.
Because I could use my iPhone and still get great pictures. It's about the lighting and the composition and that relationship that you have with the subject on the other side of the camera. I think that photographers sometimes are perceived to be good if they've got a lot of equipment or they've got a lot of gear, and that is the complete polar opposite of what makes a good photographer.
We've been talking to Stacey Huckabee, who is an internationally recognized photographer, writer, speaker, human soul, good person. Stacey, I love talking to you. Please come back more often, and thank you for all you
make
do.
Me a regular guest. I love talking to you guys. It's fun.
Yay! Stacey Huckabee doing her part. Head over to Stacey Huckabee, HUCKEBA.com. She can help you feel seen, and that's what it's all about here in this world. Talk to you soon, Stacey. We'll be right back, guys.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we sure did. We lifted off into the last hour of pure Lindsay Lawler from the House of Degas and also the House of Franklin. Good morning, Lindsay.
I like pure Lindsay Lawler. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good for the soul.
It's good for the soul. It's good for the goose. It's good for the gander. Broadcasting live over here from the Acrisure Studios in Franklin, Tennessee. I'm okay, guys. This next guest, I don't even know where to begin. This is so up my alley. This is so wonderfully, wildly weird and human and soulful in the best of ways. I'm so excited. So every now and then we meet someone, have someone on the show whose work doesn't just sound interesting or intriguing or maybe like so out there, but you're like, oh, but I'm intrigued. But it actually it actually feels like something. There's something deeper going on here. My guest today, Alex Urbina, is one of those people. Alex has spent more than 3 decades helping people awaken to themselves.
Dre, this is obviously such a great counterpiece to our last guest,
Yes.
who is a Alex. So we just had on. Hi, Alex. I'm gonna dote on you, but I want you to know our last guest was an internationally renowned photographer who photographs everyone from Michelle Obama to Dolly Parton, and her whole thing is making people feel seen so that they can shine their light out in the world. And so the fact that Alex is somebody who helps people awaken to themselves just falls right in line there. He's a husband of 33 years, a father, a grandfather. I say all those things so you know that this is a grounded human, and a teacher who's guided thousands through healing and purpose. Now he's doing that through something he calls medicine music. His album, The Return of the Purple Frequency, which I was geeking out to yesterday. It blends funk, gospel, soul, and ancestral rhythms with frequencies designed to move you and restore you and help you remember who you are. Each track is described as a transmission, a broadcast meant for awakening. Thank you, Jesus. So Alex channels this work in a partnership. Okay, this is going to sound out there, and I'm here for it. And he's going to dive into what this means in a partnership with a soul frequency named Raim. Am I saying that right, Alex?
It's actually Ram.
Rayam. Okay, Rayam. And that might sound mysterious, but we're going to explore it in a very grounded human way. So please make welcome to the show a guest I've been so looking forward to talking to. Alex, good morning, friend.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today.
Okay, Alex, here's where I want to start because you and I speak the same language. I'll just put it that way so you know. And but the vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers. They spend a lot of time alone. A lot of time with their thoughts, and I introduce a lot of the woo on this show, but try to find ways to make it, have a universal conversation about it. So let's just start here. If you were talking to someone who's never stepped foot in the spiritual world, we'll call it. This isn't a religious conversation. This is just all that is conversation. How would you describe? We'll start with your music. How would you describe what medicine music at its core really is?
So medicine music is designed to help people remember who they are. It's not entertainment, it's not performance, but it's a frequency that helps the nervous system soften, reorganize, and come back to itself. So it's about remembrance and remembering who we are at the core.
And so with that, what would you say most people are forgetting right now? Both as a collective and as a self.
Well, we're forgetting who we are internally as a whole. I think there's just a lot of noise in the world, and there's a lot of unhealed trauma and a lot of distortion in our energy field. You got to remember that before we're a physical body, we're an energy body. We're a spirit inside of a human journey. And until you've remembered that or have that kind of awakening, you live your life thinking you're just a regular human 3D person, but we're more than that. And so when you awaken and remember that, then you realize that we're an energy first. And in our energy field, there's a lot of distortion and trauma and unresolved grief, and we can go down the naming of the gamut of issues that are at the energy root cause of all of our symptomatic issues like sickness, illness, disease, suffering, pain, and all that kind of stuff. So medicine music, when I create it, I use intention, I use presence, and I also allow the divine frequency to flow through me to create these healing sounds for humanity.
So I talk a lot. I have a show, Alex, on this platform called We Should Write, and it's a show about the healing power of writing, of the physical writing, putting pen to paper, letting it flow writing, getting those things out of us. And I talk. I think. If I live out in the woods, Alex, and if I go outside and immediately I have a whole song, as a songwriter myself, I have a whole song dumped in my head. I'm like, well, that's clearly not me. That's obviously a gift, right? That's obviously coming from somewhere else. And there's no other way to explain that. And so that's, I think we can all channel intuition, whatever you want to call it. I do mine through writing. And, so that's why I found this project of yours so interesting. Because, you're channeling a soul form. If you can talk to us about that and how, maybe make it make sense to somebody who does not make music. I listened to it, by the way. It is really good. It got me going, and I'm a total naysayer or not naysayer. I'm a total skeptic when it comes to other people's music. It just takes a lot to wow me because I'm cynical. but hearing this, I'm like, it changed something, and that is the frequency that you are writing, channeling, recording from. So speak to us a little bit about when you found out, like, what was that moment when you realized I'm being gifted a frequency, an idea, a something? How did you understand what was happening and tune into that in that moment?
All right, I'm going to try to simplify it as much as I can. So
okay.
I'm a shaman. So if you know anything about shamans, our job is to go into meditation and bridge the unseen world to the seen world. And so I communicate with spirit. I communicate to my higher self, and I open up that channel, and that information that comes in from the divine, I'm able to help heal people or help them heal themselves, we'll say. Mm-hmm. That opened up for me about 2 years ago. And through that process, within the last 6 months, so 6 months ago, during a channeling session, I opened my channel up wider, and I connected with an old soul agreement, and it's a frequency called the purple frequency, and it's a creative frequency from what's called the field of remembrance. So you have to remember that there is a field of remembrance that's broadcasting to all of us to remind us who we are, who we've always been, to return us back to our whole self. And until you tune into it or listen for it or channel it, or like you said, you go out into nature and you open yourself up and it starts flowing through you. Well, I opened that channel and recreated that relationship, and now that frequency flows through me through my creation. So I'm able to now channel this frequency from the remembrance field, and I'm generating remembrance music for humanity to heal themselves.
So, okay, because I feel like I understand that, but I'm sure we can, I think a lot of our audience, an actual story might help ground this. So is there a moment that you can remember, Alex, one client, one story, somebody you've worked with where you watched sound actually change someone? I know you probably have a lot of them, but does one come to mind?
Well, I'm at the point now because of my coherence. I'm like a tuning fork now. So when people come to me, just sitting in my presence, their field is actually already starting to reorganize itself. Transmutation starting to happen in some of the distorted frequencies around them. So healing is actually happening already as people sit with me. Even once they book their appointment, some people are calling me before they even show up and saying that they're starting to feel the shift. So it just depends on what healer you go to and how dialed in their frequency is, how elevated it is. But there were different stages. So I went through all the different stages as a healer, thinking that I was actually causing the healing. And just so you know, no healer does the healing. We're all our own healers, and we heal ourselves. But when you sit with a healer, what you're doing is you're sitting inside of a field or a resonance or an elevated frequency that helps your frequency and your energy field clean or clear or transmute any of the dense or heavy traumas or grief or any type of dissonance that's in your energy field. So when people come to me or book a session, just sitting in my field, they're already starting to heal themselves.
So we have this, I have some people on the chat are talking now, wanting to get the name of the album. So it's The Return of the Purple Frequency. And I'm actually going to see if we don't normally play something on here because sometimes we get in trouble. We're going to do it anyway because I want people to hear this, Alex.
Right.
But I want to know, first of all, because I listened to it last night and I was sitting outside under the full moon. By the way, on my birthday, supermoon yesterday, Alex, listening to this out in the trees and had quite a moment. I'll just put it that way. I mean that in the best of ways. Who is this singing though on this track? Specifically, The Return of the Purple Frequency. Who is actually singing there?
Okay, so let me explain to you how the process works.
Yeah, I'm
before you play
I'm
the
so
music.
interested.
So as I channel, right, I channel what's called TI. It's called True Intelligence because I'm connected to the field of infinite intelligence or truth. When that frequency comes through me, I'm connected to a true intelligence, but using an AI platform. So inside of an AI platform or container, my frequency comes through, grabs the information, and then generates the song. So I'm utilizing the AI software program to generate the song, but it's coming through my field with my intention, my presence, my resonance, and then the song gets generated. So what you're listening to are technical generated songs that are being pulled from the field of the internet, I guess what you can call it. So they're what's called TI songs. I don't like to say AI because AI, people wrap their mind around that that AI is cold and that AI is, there's no presence in it. But when you're bringing your frequency and using AI as an instrument, then you're bringing the soul, you're bringing the life, the presence back into music. So that's why it's medicine music, is because of the frequency and my presence and my intention.
Okay, I love this that's using the AI as a positive thing as well, because I don't use AI to help me write necessarily, but there are, especially here in Nashville, a lot of people, they're using it just to help really get the message, get what's inside of you out. And AI can be a positive tool in that, as long as we're not, there's obviously the negatives. That's not where we're going. So I love that you're using this as as I call it, co-creating with the universe, because listen, technology, AI, that's all coming from somewhere as well. There's going to be positives, there's going to be negatives with it.
Well, the AI is just a tool. So if you just see it as a tool, like an instrument, right?
Right.
But the human being is picking up that instrument, and they're playing that instrument, and you're using it. And so it's like let's say a drum machine. A drum machine holds thousands of drum sounds that have been inserted in it. But the drum machine doesn't do anything other than sit there. It's neutral. But the human brain brings that creativity. They bring that fire. They bring that presence. They bring that passion, and they utilize that, and they bring that through the drum machine and create an amazing beat. It's the same thing. It's just that people aren't understanding that or unfolding it or unpacking it to that level of understanding.
And so it's funny, Alex, somebody over in the chat said, people are pulling up the music now. Somebody said, I feel like I should maybe do some peyote for this music. And I know he's sort of kidding, but what I say is that you don't need to do the drug. This music, if anybody is utilizing drug to get to a, higher clarity state, I am not condoning that. I'm just saying this music, in my opinion, helps you get there without the drug enhancement. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, because what's encoded in it is the remembrance frequency. So it's not just about the lyrics, it's about the tone and the frequencies that comes through that sound that's bypassing your ears, and it's going into your bones, it's going into your consciousness. It's awakening dormant or forgotten seeds of remembering who you are fully, wholly, complete. Because you got to remember, people aren't broken. We just forget who we are. We forget our brilliance. We forget the powerful God state that flows within all of us. And so it's awakening, and it's causing remembrance in people. And it's not traditional music. So if you're looking for something that is going to be industry standard or created in a way to hook you, that's not what this does. This opens you up. This drops remembrance seeds in your field. So it's working on you in your energy field, not necessarily just through your ears.
So we're going to play a clip of it. And by the way, he's not, I think if Alex is saying anything that's making you go like, what the heck? Just know that all music is frequency, period.
That's right.
Which one you're hearing, they're all different. They all speak to different areas of our body and our consciousness, but it all is. So you can't say if you like music at all, and by the way, if you exist at all, you live in frequency. So I'm just gonna I just want to put that out there so we can, the naysayers, whether you're agreeing with what's being said or not, that's fine. But if you're listening to music, it does have a frequency. So I just want to say, be careful what you're listening to sometimes. If you're mad after you listen to something, don't listen to that again. It's as simple as that. Is that right, Alex?
Yeah, you got to remember that we have a resonant field. So depending on where you are, you're resonating with certain sounds. So there's a reason why you like certain songs, certain artists, because you're at that stage. But when you're listening to remembrance music, it's opening you up. It's calling you to a higher state, a higher frequency. And you're right. Not everyone's going to resonate with it. And I know that already. It's only for a certain type of people that are open and that they're ready to remember their full brilliance of who they are.
Well, let's listen to this full brilliance real quick. I'm throwing Dre to the wolves here to see if he can pull something up quickly. So this is Alex Urbina. Everybody, we'll dive back in more when we come back. You can head on over to Alex Urbina, urbina.com to find out more. You can also just search the purple frequency wherever you go. And here's a taste of it, guys.
Gas continues.
I used to drown in glitter, draped in screams, built a castle from sound and buried myself in the echo. They called me genius, called me God, called me everything but free. Truth is, I was busy playing a role so divine I forgot I was pretending. But when the lights went down and the crowd was gone, I could hear the ache in the silence, and the silence said, come. I am not who you thought I was, and I am more than you imagined. And the memory behind the note, the breath inside the groove, the stillness inside your scream. They buried the man, but you can't bury frequency. You can silence resonance. So I rise, not in body, but in every artist brave enough to strip down and sing from their soul's merit. I see you.
Woo! Come on. If that doesn't get you going, I just don't know what it is. This is so good, Alec. Like, take out anything you've even... What's great about this to me is that once you know everything going on behind the scenes, it's even more epic. However, you don't have to know. Like, you can just listen to it. Somebody could just find this off the cuff and play it and not realize they're being changed and not have to think too deep about it because the music will kind of do that for you. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and I'm only speaking from experience because I was the person, the human, spiritual person who birthed these into existence for humanity. I've been changed. There are things happening physiologically going on with me, and my remembrance and my awakening and my healing has happened because you got to understand, as these are coming through, I'm breaking down. I'm emotional. I'm remembering. I'm things are happening to me. So I know that without a shadow of a doubt that they came through for humanity. The same way when you're channeling your writing, you know that the writing's meant for somebody or for a group of people because it feels bigger than yourself. And so I know because of my own personal experience, as these songs are being birthed, things are happening for me.
I love it. I'm all in, especially driving. This feels like something good to charge you while you're driving. So if you let's sort of at a very basic level here. If someone is listening today and thinks, I don't know about all this, but I am curious. Maybe not even from the music side of things. Let's just talk the bigger picture about, taking a step back and obviously it's a good time of year with holidays and then the new year coming up, at least this new year. Where would you tell somebody to start? Just to start with, I don't know what's happening here because we know there's an awakening going on, and some of us have felt it for years. Some are just stepping into it, and which can it can be scary if you're not aware of what's going on and you're like, I don't know what's going inside of me, but I know there's change happening. I know I want to be different. I'm waking up. I don't see things like I used to. Where can somebody start at a very practical place? Where could someone start to be like, I want to expand and I don't know where to start?
Well, I'm going to just say that you've already started. If no matter where you are, you've already started your journey. Just you being birthed into this world, you've already started the journey. There's no right or wrong place to be. Wherever you are is exactly the stage you're at. It's like trying to tell a third grader to learn seventh grade math. You can't. You have to just go one step at a time, one day at a time. And your curiosities, they keep opening you up and they keep leading you down the path that your higher self has been calling you forward since you were born. And all you have to do is just continue to follow what excites you, what is curious, what feels right in your body. And then I think that, my last advice would be, don't try to awaken. Just breathe, soften, and listen. And your body already knows the way home. If we start learning to listen to our body and just quiet our mind and listen, you'll start to feel. There's a universal language in the field that's calling you to continue to open up and awaken and share and heal yourself.
Alex, what is one belief that you used to hold that you've outgrown? I know there's a lot, hopefully, because we're always evolving, hopefully. But what is one thing maybe
God.
most recently that you've shifted perspective on?
I think for me, recently they've been a lot of unconscious beliefs, and I've discovered that they've been beliefs that came in my nervous system when I was born from past lives and ancestral. But I think the belief that you have to work hard for money is for me one of the most recent ones. And I spent my last 40 years working really hard and trading dollars for hard work and service. And I realized that now that it's through our coherence and our resonance that attracts money, attracts abundance, attracts possibilities. And that's a belief system that I just recently have really transcended from. And once I stood into remembering that I broadcast service and I attract abundance. And once I stood into that fully, my identity shifted and the universe has been responding. And that's probably one of the reasons why I got this call to be on this beautiful broadcast with you guys, because opportunities show up when I stop trying to chase or force or muscle my results. But the universe responds to that.
Flow over force. That is my mantra. Did not used to be.
There you
So
go.
I'm with you on that shift. But what would you say on that note, though, to knowing that we have there's truck drivers listening, which driving a truck is hard work. It's a lot of work. You have to be away. It's physically demanding on your body. And that part won't change, obviously. But what would you say to a truck driver that's like, well, my job actually is hard work? You're like, great, but it could be a mental shift, right? Not a physical shift.
You know what? If I was a truck driver, I would utilize that cab as my temple. And I would utilize it as my sacred space for me to, decompress, both releasing and letting stuff go, but also to listen and open up and bring in the remembrance that I need. So, obviously, if they're listening to your show, you're opening up their channel for new possibilities and new awakenings. Even just having me on this call, they probably would never have been able to hear this conversation or be open to this type of conversation if someone like you wouldn't have brought it forth for them.
Absolutely. You're right. And it's just obviously music is a universal language. We actually have somebody over in the chat that just said, Alex said, I've got a Viking style war horn and the resonance of the tone from it brings me a really great feeling.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What do you is does that and it would also, I mean, it's, I guess my question would be, where did you get it as well? Where did you get that? Where did it come from? What's the story behind it? But again, so he's understanding frequency, and it's like if you hear something and it does something good for your soul, it can be as basic as this is what I want to say. If you hear something and it makes your chest sort of open up and you feel good and you feel a little bit lighter, great. If it makes you, if you feel your shoulders kind of hunch and your stomach get tight, it's doing something negative to you. So with anything I say, does this make me feel heavy or light? And I don't mean, and I love sad music. Sad music can also make me feel light. So it's not that, but leave us with, we just have about a minute here left, Alex. Can you just leave our audience with it? Something as simple as that. Like when you hear something, when you have a conversation, this goes for people in your life, opportunities in your life, anything. What would you say that they need to sit and feel with to say, do I move forward? Do I invite more of this in my life or not?
Yeah. So earlier I talked about that your body already knows the way home. Your body's also an instrument, and it's very intelligent. It's highly intelligent, and it knows before your thinking mind knows. So if you start to practice to listen to your body has remembrance codes inside of the cells and your DNA and in your marrow of your bones. And so if you turn into that frequency inward, it'll guide you. It'll tell you what feels good and what doesn't. Like you said, when your chest feels tight, whatever frequency or room you're in or energies of people you're around, it's letting you know, like, we need to walk away into a different direction. Mm-hmm. When you feel open and light and expanded, and you got a smile on your face, and you just feel that groove, or you blow that Viking horn and it just lights something up inside of you, that frequency's resonating with you and activating the remembrance inside of you. So listen to your body. Your body is always guiding you and telling you exactly where you should be and what areas and where to go. And but I want to just remind us that our body it's an intelligent consciousness, and it's here to guide us to awakening and to expanding and evolving.
Listen to yourselves, guys. Trust yourself, your instincts. You know more than sometimes you give yourself credit. And over in the chat, by the way, too, Gina just said, actually, there is a science behind frequencies, and she's curious about learning more. If you want to learn more, check out this record. Go to alexurbina.com, or just wherever you stream your music, go and look for, just type in The Return of the Purple Frequency. I think you'll get an idea of what soul we might be channeling through this music, by the way. The Return of the Purple Frequency.
You heard it, huh?
Absolutely. I'm no dummy. Alex, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you for joining us today. I hope to stay in touch.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
It's Road Gang Radio, The Return of the Purple Frequency. I don't care how weird you think it is. It's pretty damn cool, guys. I'm Lindsay Lawler. We'll be right back. Coming back with your country and Western music news, because on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
What?
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Yeah, all right, mighty fine. Love her, bite-sized.
Thank you. Why, thank you so much. Why'd you stop?
They stopped.
Whatever. Hi, Dre.
Hi,
I'm
Lindsay.
fixing my hair. When I talk to you. Welcome back to your country and western music news, because Dre, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds?
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate weird kinds and frequencies.
Yes.
And I'm here for it. Before we dive into this, what did you think about that last? So if you're listening to this on playback, we just interviewed somebody. If you can head on over to the return of the purple frequency and hear more about that. I think everybody check it out. If anybody in the chat, I'd like to know who you think that guy thinks he's channeling. But I'm pretty interested, guys. I'm here for the record. Dre, how much do you know or resonate with frequencies when it comes to music?
A good bit, actually. And what's really funny is did you do your Spotify Wrapped?
I have not yet, but I have not yet. No.
Okay. She's like, I'm going to do a story, but no, I just get to the point. I didn't. I did mine. And I used it for work at the beginning of this year, and I haven't once we did this transition. And then I also let Chelsea's girls, like, pretty much put it on their on the Chromecast I let them have to be able to listen to binaural beats and frequencies and all that stuff. So about whenever it shows the list of all the songs that you listen to, it's like, oh, your top songs, about the first 7 was like James Burton and Speedy West because of like old country instrumentals, and then it went into like 7 like, oh, that's a cool sounding song. What song is that? And I'm like, oh yeah, it was a binaural beat sleep.
Binaural beats.
It was a binaural frequency for meditation and full on just centering yourself. And I put it in the shower too. So yeah, I get those from songs and just needing to center yourself.
I love the idea of it in the shower. I do it when I take a bath. I put some binaural beats on, or I just type. You can just type in, by the way. And if you think this is all woo, that's fine because it is. But you could also just use it. It's just calms you, like while you're driving. If you put in just type healing frequency or healing FZ. See what comes up. It just makes you feel a little better. Okay, but today it's country and western music news. So back to that. And also listen to more healing frequencies if you're an angry human. Okay, so Dre, the Grammy nominations dropped this week.
Yes.
As you know. And country music showed up loud and proud.
Mm-hmm.
The usual heavy hitters are in there, of course. We've got Chris Stapleton, Casey Musgraves, Lainey Wilson, Zach Bryan, yada, yada, yada. But what's really interesting this year is how Americana and outlaw-leaning artists, they keep slipping in to country categories and reshaping, I think, what country even sounds like at the Grammys. And you can hear the shift. You can, speaking of frequencies, you can feel the shift. But the biggest storyline that everyone's talking about is the best new artist category. I know you're feeling this. It's filled with people who are actually not new, by the way. So we're going to put the term new in air quotes right here, because this year's nominees include several artists who have been grinding for over a decade, by the way, which is the story of the music business. This goes back to Dre when we're like, oh my gosh, that person's an overnight success. I didn't know who they were, and then the next day I knew who they were. It's like, yeah, but they've been doing it for 20 years in order for you to know who they are, you know? Yeah. So these are people that have been working bars, vans, festivals, indie labels, and somehow we're still calling them new. It's one of those quirky Grammy things where an artist becomes eligible the moment that the industry, and I listen to how I phrase this, when the industry finally decides to notice them. Fair?
Oh, 100% fair. Because especially with how they do it on the radio and be like, oh, yeah, this new artist we just found out about, we'll put on here. I'm like, well, just say that. Just say, I just found out about this artist, not this new artist.
Not they're new. They're
Yeah.
new to me.
Because, like, all right, so the best new artist nominees are Olivia Dean, Cat's Eye, The Marias, Addison Rae, Somber, Leon Thomas, Alex Warren, and Lola Young.
Can I tell you that I've not heard of one of those people?
Okay,
Not
so
one.
So here's what's really cool about this.
Okay.
Half of them have been in music for a pretty long time. Like
sure,
the Marias has been a indie band, and they've put out hits. Like there's songs have been on commercials. Their songs have been used in movies. Like they're not massive, but they also blew up because they toured with Billie Eilish, and
Gotcha.
and then the lead singer, extremely attractive woman, but also just the whole band's aesthetic is just profound. And this album actually broke through that they put in. And then another case is Leon Thomas. Leon Thomas has wrote songs for SZA, a songwriter. He's wrote songs for Justin Bieber. He was on the show Victorious growing up and with Victoria Justice and all this stuff. So he did the song Mutt, and that blew him up, and now he's just basically everywhere. And then, you do have new people. Like you have Addison Rae. She was a TikTok star. She started singing. You have Somber. You have Cat's Eye. Lola Young's been in the game for a little while. I'm not familiar with Alex Warren. And then like Olivia Dean. That's another one too. She's been on the scene because Chelsea and I, we have listened to her nonstop, and then I have friends that listen to her. So it's just, it's weird, but at the same time, I love that these people are getting appreciation, and I love that they're getting a chance to get a Grammy. But can we just reword it? Can we rephrase it?
Yeah, I think you're right. And actually, maybe it's instead of the best new artist, it's just like best newcomer to the
game,
to the Grammy, to the yeah. I don't know that it's tricky.
Newfound.
Yeah, but think like Zach Brown, by the way, who everybody knows, is in the song Chicken Fried. Zach Brown was performing Chicken Fried, I think he says, like for 14 years before anybody knew what it was. Before everybody knew what it was. He's a Georgia guy that had been playing around the scene, both in Georgia and Nashville, and touring for ages. Like, people forget that there is a real machine. There's a real method behind the madness here. And unless you get picked up, well, now with social media and TikTok, that's a little different as well. But usually these days now, the record labels, the industry will step in once you have like $1 million or 1 million followers. It's usually that. It's like, are you coming to the table with money, or are you coming to the table with followers? Gone are the days where the record labels are trying to grow you. They're like, do you have something going on? Then I'll step in.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, no, by that point, I've already made you. Case in point, Dre, and I'm on obviously a completely different level, but years ago, I got signed to a management company here in Nashville, and they signed me. They loved what I had access to because of trucking, but they didn't do anything for me. They signed me. They got me one gig, and it was CMA Fest, which was an awesome gig.
Yeah.
But that was all they got me in 1 year, and they just took percentages of everything I already had going on and all shows that I was booking for trucking or anywhere I was going. So they signed me to have access to what I had, and then they didn't do anything for me. And that's sort of the nature of the beast of a lot of the music industry these days. And like when you look at Lainey Wilson, you're like, she's everywhere. She's hosting everything. They are capitalizing on it. They're like, right now, she's at the top of her game. We will capitalize everything we can. Now, she's at the top of her game because, first of all, she's very talented. So it's not that, but she had a machine behind her. And they all decided we're putting everything we can into this artist. There's other artists on their roster that are just hanging in the bowels right now because that label's putting probably 90% of their marketing budget into Lainey Wilson. And that's what it takes to be everything. Unfortunately, I'm not saying I am saying it's wrong, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But you, Dre, have been so inspiring to me to organically find people that you gravitate to and be like, this is cool. I know about them, and I don't care that not everybody knows about it. Like I have a really hard time with being like, you send me something, I'm like, oh, I haven't heard of that person, so I'm not going to check it out. So what is, when you find these people, how are you finding all this new music?
I think like and I got a question for you, because I'm like, I can look it up, but at the same time I'm like, I just want to know your point of view on it. But I guess I've always been like that, like growing up in a small town in Louisiana and not having, like, everybody listen to the same thing. Because like in high school it was like Lil Wayne, everywhere. And it's just like, I liked Lil Wayne. I liked listening to Lil Wayne, but I wasn't like praising him. Like I was listening to Yeah Yeah Yeahs, and I was listening to the White Stripes. I was listening to these things when it came to things that I felt like that gave me chills. And I think I've always went off on music that I grew up with brothers and sisters that had a wide variety taste in music, and it was mostly hip hop and rock. And then I found my own once I started realizing that I can access music myself. So going and getting CDs and finding old records, and then like hearing stuff through my mom. And my oldest brother Lannis is probably my biggest motivation whenever it came to music, because he was all over the place, from Stevie Ray Vaughan to Led Zeppelin to Dr. Dre, and he would give me records, and my sister would too. So it's like, I guess I just went off the dynamic of like, if it makes me feel something special, if it makes me get those goosebumps, if it's something that is different, because I didn't like being like everyone else, and I wanted to have my own identity when it came to just what I like in music. But I guess whenever it's just something that it wasn't popular, for example, in high school, Foster the People. I loved Foster the People. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden that song went on the radio, and then it's just like their music kind of, it was like, it's not special as special to me anymore. But as I grew older, I'm like, man, I'm happy that these artists that I've known for a while that I love are getting recognition and getting love. But
we feel like you're part of it that way, because you are. You're part of the reason that every single person that listens is part of the rise.
Exactly. And it's just like, it does kind of suck whenever it's everywhere, and then it's just overplayed for you, and you're like, oh God, but it's just like you still remember and have that feeling. And it is nice to be able to like go to certain people and be like, oh yeah, I know that band. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And I forgot that they're out there. But whenever someone does know a band you don't like, not everybody knows, you're just like, oh, I'm going to marry you.
You're my people.
You're my people. All right, I have a question in resonance when it comes to the Marias. Describe an EP to me, because that doesn't signify as an album, but it's got 8, 9, 10 songs on it.
Well, it stands for extended play, first of all, and it's extended play. So anything more than a single, but less than an album. It's not, and because there's also EP, LP, but an EP is basically, I'm putting out this is like a collection. This is my take, at least, a collection that goes together. I'm not doing a full album, but it's almost like a movement or a moment, like a one-off project. Think of it as like, all right, I'm in a band, but this is a side project. It's like, this is like a little taste of maybe where I'm at right now. So it's extended play, something that's meant to all go together. People have just taken it, honestly, it's become, I don't have enough songs for an album, but I want to do more than a single, so I'm putting out an LP. At its very basis, that's kind of what it's become. And it's a way, as we're so, and we want constant information now. And if you're not constantly putting stuff out, then people forget about you. And that's why singles became such a big deal. But also that's a bit of a bummer, because it takes away from listening to an album and in your head, like, I envisioned these songs to all go together. It's why vinyls have had such a resurgence, because the vinyl tells a story.
Yeah.
Or it's supposed to. It was supposed to. It's from start to finish. Vinyls were made to sit down, listen to them, and go on a journey. Led Zeppelin was so great about that. Obviously, Beatles, all these people. So, but at basic, it comes back to, I don't have 12 songs, but I do have 5.
Okay, so that's beautiful, because I'm the type of person that, I can look it up or whatever, but I always like asking someone that's not just like a pro or what's the word I'm looking for?
Pro. Let's call me a pro. I like that word.
Someone that's a pro in that area. Like when it comes to my brother, he's just like he gets like aggravated when I ask so many questions, and I'm like, well, this is my way of kind of connecting, because I want to know from your point of view, because I'm like, a lot about these things, and I really want to get a genuine, like, I feel like that's something organic that is kind of taken away from Google, because it's just like straight to the point. Like I miss the fact of finding out information through someone or through something that they're passionate about, they know. So I love that you told me that, because I've always wanted to know, but I never sat and looked at it, and that makes a lot of sense, because a lot of Maria's music was EP. So now that I didn't think about it, I looked it up, and I was like, wait, I saw in the Grammy nomination thing, it said that, this is their second album, and I'm like, that's not their second album. I've been listening to it since 2017. But apparently,
full-length album.
Exactly. So they put one out in 2021, and then they put out this one recently. So that makes a lot more sense. All right, go on.
EP, extended play.
Thank you.
More than a single, less than an album. It's less committal. It's like a relationship. It's like we're talking, but we're not like fully in a relationship. It's like it's an EP, but it's not like a full album, Okay. By the way, the nominees for Best Traditional Country Album, which this is a new category we've been talking about in the Gravies this year, and it makes me very happy. And one of the guys that you love so much is in this category, Dre. But people up for Best Traditional Country Album are Charlie Crockett for $1 a Day. Here's what's great. Listen, Lucas Nelson and Willie Nelson. They're both up for. Willie and his son are both up for it. Yes. Lucas is up for his album American Romance, and Willie is up for Oh What a Beautiful World. And then Margot Price and Zach Top are all in it. So that's a killer category.
Oh my God. Everybody has just been dogging. Like, do you see all the things that people were dogging on Charlie Crockett?
Yes. Yeah. And why? Why are people dogging on Charlie?
Well, and it's like there's so many different point of views, but they don't think he's genuine. They don't think he's 100% who he says he is, but it's just like he was also a traveling, struggling, like living out of his car. There's several videos of him, like he was one of the people in New Orleans that were in Jackson Square, like performing and all this stuff, but he came from nothing. He was a good old country boy, and he's genuine who he is, and now he's got some money in his pocket. He's going to wear these big hats and these big...
Yeah, dude, why not?
Yeah, wear the outfits, dude, well, but it's genuine who he is.
Well, and I think it's similar because somebody else that I know because of you is Cassius Culpepper, and these are both Cassius Culpepper and Charlie Crockett are two names that are climbing fast now, but their paths into country couldn't be more different.
Yeah.
Cassius, and I'll let you expand because you know them better, and they're two rises, two different roads. You've been watching and hearing these people for a much longer time, but Cassius Culpepper, he's becoming one of those voices people bring up when they talk about country getting its soul back.
Yeah.
And, he's gritty, he's old school, bluesy, and he sounds like someone who grew up listening to church music and barroom records at the same time, which I always identify. I'm like, I grew up in Texas singing in the church as well as country bars. And so what's resonating is that he feels really unpolished, but in a good way, I think. At least that's my very broad take on Cassius Culpepper. And then you look at Charlie Crockett, who's, a myth at this point. He's a former street performer. He's a drifter. He's a train hopper. He's a self-reinventor. Like, he's a screenplay. 100% he's a screenplay. And he's released an album almost every time someone blinked. He keeps putting albums out. So is that accurate in your interpretation of both of these people? I don't know a whole lot about them, but...
Oh, no, 100%. Because I'm like... and then I got to drift off just for a second because I have to put something into play here for later for after the show. But man, so here's what's funny about both of those artists. I knew about Cassius because, he's from Alabama, but he was playing the coast because the music scene on Mississippi Gulf Coast is not bad. Like, I have a good friend, Bree Rodolfo. She moved to New Mexico, and she is a very talented artist, and a couple other people I know that have really big bands that have done, not really big bands, but big bands on the coast in New Orleans, and they traveled up north, and they've opened for big Aaron Lewis, like all these different people. But it's like some of them don't get out. And you see them, and you're like, God, you have so much talent. It breaks my heart for you to still be here. But I'm like, man, I still get to have you to myself. And Cassius was one of those guys that, like, I saw here and there. I met him once or twice because people told him I was in radio, and I was like, I wanted to get his story before I, like, talked to y'all about bringing him on. Mm-hmm. And then I would run into him and just seeing him live and all that stuff, and then I'd see him at the gas station. He had a few too many beverages. He'd be like, hey, man, don't have my ID on me, whatever, long story short. Well, I didn't hear from him for a while, and then I go to Crawfish Music Festival that they have over here, not here in Louisiana, but in Biloxi, at the Biloxi Coliseum, and I go with Chelsea and the girls, and we meet up with her friends, and I see that they have these set lists of country artists, and I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize who all it was because I saw that there was a couple that were, like, trending, and then there was some other ones. Well, Cassius was up there. Cassius was on this big stage. This is a big stage. Like, there's pretty...
That's my boy.
Dude, I'm like, whoa, because my buddy Devin came over to me. He's like, oh, yeah, man, I came here for him. And I was like, oh, yeah, you know Cassius? I was like, he's from the coast. And he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, dude, he was playing at so-and-so bar Mosaics, and he was playing here and there.
Wait, is this the guy, is Cassius the one that, like, had to bum money for cigarettes from you at one point? Who's that?
Yeah, that's the story I was going to go into, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, he's like, dude, she won't sell to me. And I would buy clothes from her, and I'd go in there and be like, hey, can I get a pack of this and that? And she was like, you're giving it to the guy outside? And I was like, Yeah, she's like, all right, you didn't hear. I didn't see it. I wasn't here. I was like, okay,
Why
you got
did she not want
cameras.
to sell? Why did she not want to sell to him?
Well, because Circle K is very strict about doing it without IDs. He didn't have his ID on.
Oh.
Yeah,
He was
left
old enough. He just didn't have his ID.
Exactly, and she didn't want to get in trouble. She's a good employee.
No,
Blah,
she sold to you. She
Yeah,
sold to
well,
you.
and she knows me,
Loophole.
and I bought everything in that place except actual cigarettes for myself. But I bought clothes and cigars and beer. But I'm sitting there and I'm seeing him, and I'm like, man, this is so cool to see him on this level. I'm like, I wonder that's where he's been. Like, did he get signed? Well, then a couple more bands go away. Charlie Crockett comes up. And I am mind blown by this dude. Because everybody else is like, oh, yeah, I'm here for Charlie Crockett. I kept hearing his name. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll give him a chance. And I looked him up on Spotify, and I'm like, oh, dude. And then I saw him. Game over. So it's so cool that these two guys are just intertwined and that they're blowing up and they're getting nominated and they're rising. And I love to see it.
I love it. Well, and you really are a part of it. Sometimes it's hard, especially from the artist standpoint, from my standpoint, to be like, oh, God, only X amount of people bought my album or whatever. But and then you remember it's like, people are excited. If one person knows who you are, then you're on the right track. And so you really are, you, Dre, and everybody else listening really are a part of these artists rising. So it's very cool.
Amen, sister. Nicely said.
Well, another person that you love, Zach Bryan, is going to be playing the LSU Stadium. This is stories. I got all my stories from you. Got all my stories from Dre today for Country and Western Music News. But Zach Bryan will be playing the LSU Stadium. Now, there is a very short list of who gets that honor, by the way. It's a very short list. Again, Zach Bryan, he just added a massive milestone to his already huge run. He's playing Tiger Stadium, Death Valley, one of the hardest stadiums in the country to book for a concert, by the way. This is not a normal venue for music. LSU hardly ever opens the doors for concerts because the demand has to be sky high to justify it. And by demand, I mean the demand, and they have to know. It's not just, oh, that's a popular artist, he can fill. There's so much criteria that goes into, there's a massive marketing team, and there's a lot that goes behind projecting if this is going to work or not. And sometimes it fails, of course. But a lot goes into this before. They don't just say, oh, you are Beyonce, therefore you can play a stadium. It's based on, where in the country you are, all kinds of things that go behind it. And the last artist to do it over there at LSU was Garth Brooks when he filmed one of the most electric shows of his entire career. So Zach is stepping into that space. It puts him in rare company. And these are artists to do this that have real cultural pull, not just commercial success, like I mentioned. It also speaks to Zach's fan base. They don't show up, they travel. They scream, they get loud, and LSU clearly realized this. They realized that it probably will sell out, and it will be historic. And I don't know, is that one of those things you would want to be at, Dre? I get overwhelmed with big concerts. I don't love it. I have to really be invested in an artist to go to see them somewhere really big. Otherwise, I'd rather either listen at home or listen to an album, or certainly go see them in an intimate setting. But obviously, we don't get that shot all the time.
Well, it honestly depends because, I'm like that way where if I can't get floor seats or I can't be close to the stage or I can't get fully immersed, I don't want to really sit down. Like if I really love an artist, but there's been some artists that I'm like, okay, this is probably the closest I'm going to get just because who it is.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I got to see Cher. And I grew up being a Cher fan. No one ever count on that. But, dude, whenever you have a chance to see Cher and all they say they have is nosebleed seats, listen, dude, do you believe in love after lust? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody I want to sit in the nosebleeds for. Nobody.
And the only reason that I say her because I've thought the same thing, but I was like, I like this. All right. It was one of her last tours. It was extremely expensive. I was going with one of my good friends, and I was just like, okay. And the fact that she made me feel like I was still close being up in the nosebleeds, that's a rare commodity. But when it comes to seeing Zach Bryan at LSU, I would like to be a part of that experience in a way, but I don't think I would actually do it. Like I would like to talk about like, oh yeah, I would love to be able to go to LSU because like you said, that'd be groundbreaking. That'd be legendary to be a part of, and I love LSU, and I've been to plenty games at LSU, but as I say, I've been to games at LSU. That's an intense place to go to. It's not comfortable. It's a lot, and traffic's not fun. So I don't know if I would want to go, but I'm excited for Baton Rouge to do that because I know that's going to be amazing. And it's a kickoff to a whole series, right? I think.
I'm not really sure.
I think I saw something like that, but I might be
For
wrong.
LSU, you mean?
Yeah, LSU's doing a concert series, and I think because I think they're trying to bring that back, and I think he's like kind of the kickoff.
Gotcha. You're probably right. To get tickets, actually, that's part of this, the 2026 With Heaven tour is what it's
Nice.
called. You can head on over at like SeatGeek and Ticketmaster. You can find them in all those places. I'm trying to see if they're available now.
I
don't
think
they're
they
available.
might
I think they go on sale like today, actually.
Yeah, because I would like to see them, and I got friends and family that live there, and I got friends and family that got kind of pulled because they're alumni, and that you get choices and all this stuff and perks of being that. So I'm like, man, if I could get something where I'm like in the field, I'd probably go. But if I have to be up at the top full edition they just put in, I'm good, dog. I don't want to touch a bird, okay?
So they're on sale now, and upper level you can get tickets for $65, but you're way up. These tickets actually are not as crazy as I thought. The kind of most expensive one I'm seeing right now is $381, which is a lot of money, but I mean
bad.
there's $1,000 for tickets and up. So it doesn't look too bad. I'm guessing because that they need and want to fill it, so they're
Yeah.
going to make it attainable for people. There are tickets for, $100. So anyway, those are on sale now. You can check it out. And that show is March 28th, Saturday of 2026. So check that out. Finally, on this day in country and Western music history. In 1978, that is the year I was born. This week, by the way, the Charlie Daniels Band recorded The Devil Went Down to Georgia at Nashville's Woodland Sound Studios. The track was later released on their 1979 album called Million Mile Reflections. And that song was the band's biggest pop hit, of course. It reached number 3 on the Billboard chart. It was also featured in the 1980 movie, of course, Urban Cowboy. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. When he came across that young man sawing on a fiddle and player hot, and the devil jumped into a hickory stump and said, "Boy, tell me what you got." That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Phone Master Dre. We hope you guys have the best weekend. Coming up next is Trucking with OIDA. Don't miss what Scott and Ashley are up to today. I'm sorry, Ashley, that the Cowboys lost last night.
Oh, God, we didn't talk about that.
Love you guys. Get home safe. Keep on trucking. Trucking with OIDA coming up next. We love you guys.
Thank you, Lindsay.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays.
Hello and welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
So Ashley, I was thinking today about how we come up with the people that we reach out to, who we want to speak to on the show. There are some logical pathways that we sometimes follow.
Ones that obviously make sense.
Yeah, if there's something in the news like non-domiciled CDLs or truck parking or whatever, it makes sense that we reach out to that particular person to talk to them about that particular thing. Today's show is a little bit different because we're talking about a topic that really has no direct correlation to trucking. Well, trucks haul this thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're beating around the bush.
And truck drivers, obviously, I would think, enjoy this
Yes,
thing.
this is not a riddle show, by the way. We are going to tell you what we're going to talk about. So we'll get into this here when we talk with Alan Richer, also known as the Toga Chip Guy. And he'll
Hint,
explain that. Not computer chips, we're talking potato chips here. And this started because of a conversation we were having recently with Joanne Couture,
Yes.
OIDA board member, Canadian member.
Yes.
Came in bringing you a bunch of treats.
She brought me a bunch of treats. She brought me Kraft Dinner, which is mac and cheese. She brought me Shreddies, my favorite kind of cereal that you can only get in Canada. And she brought me all-dressed chips, which are my favorite. And then she also brought ketchup chips.
And she brought some chocolate as well.
Yes.
But the idea here was we were talking about just kind of the differences between Canada and the U.S. with regard to snacks and chips and all this kind of thing. And that got you, I think, mostly thinking.
Got the wheels turning. I was like, you know what? There's got to be like a chip expert or like somebody who's really dove into the history. And I found him.
You did. Alan Richer definitely qualifies for someone who has really dived into an issue, and it, I wouldn't say consumes him, but you're going to.
Yeah.
You're going to hear it here. This man knows more about potato chips than I know about literally anything.
Yeah, no, he definitely has quite a history. Yeah. He was one of the first people who popped up when I just went into Google. I wrote him on LinkedIn. He got back to me and he's done a ton of media.
Yes, he has.
Some big names like the History Channel. I know he's done I don't know if it was Australia's version of 60 Minutes or 66 Minutes or something like that.
66 Minutes.
It was something different.
Because
maybe the time.
Like the toilet, the water swirls in the opposite direction. They have an extra 6 minutes.
I don't know.
Is that right?
We'll have to find an expert on that as well.
All right. Well, that's our next thing. So, yeah, Alan Richer's been on 66 Minutes,
I don't
apparently,
know.
in Australia.
I'll have to double check.
And on a whole other host of shows and podcasts and what have you. And now he's on Trucking with OIDA.
What sparked our interest in talking about chips, I believe I said it in my message to you. We had board meetings a couple weeks ago, and we have a Canadian board member. I'm also Canadian. And Scott and I got talking about the difference of chips on both sides of the border. She brought over some all-dressed, which are my favorite, that I know the U.S. does have, but then she also brought ketchup. And you and I just got into quite a discussion about chips, and I was like, I wonder if there's like a chip expert out there.
And there is.
And welcome, Alan.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us.
Well, I'm happy to do it.
I'm curious, your name, you go by the Toga Chip Guy, right?
That's correct. And what happened was I when I did my first presentation, probably about 12 years ago, I was a senior tax counsel at General Electric at the time, but I started getting into this. And one of the local newspaper people here, Mark McGuire, not related to the baseball player who played in St. Louis, he coined the phrase because initially what happened was the first generic name for all potato chips was called the Saratoga chip. So he just Toga is a shortened version of Saratoga, and then Chip Guy is sort of self-explanatory.
Do you get a lot of people who are confused and think that you're you wear a toga, or is there? I'm sure you get some of that.
No, I always thought that a great name for a yoga studio in Saratoga would be Toga Yoga, but I've never gotten.
That might exist. I wonder.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it does.
It doesn't. Well, hey.
Maybe that's your next
venture.
Yeah. That's fun. Let's walk through this, Alan, because this is a very specific expertise in a very specific, I don't know, is hobby the right word, I suppose? How did you kind of start down this path to becoming the chip guy, the potato chip expert?
So in 2004, I lived just outside of Albany, New York, the capital of New York State. And in 2004, my wife and I bought a home in Saratoga Springs, New York, which is about 35 minutes away. And I was we live on Saratoga Lake, and we were trying to find some artwork. And when I went around, I actually met somebody who told me the story, the legend that the potato chip was purportedly invented on Saratoga Lake in a place called Moon's Lake House. And there's a lot of myth and folklore about this, and there's a few different stories. I'll give you, if you want, I could tell you the 2 or 3 ones that are most common.
Yeah, please do, yeah.
So there was this family, and there was a gentleman who had a sister, and actually had 2 sisters. His name was George Speck Crum. His formal name was Speck, but people called him Crum without a B, C-R-U-M. And they say that he never complained because a crumb was bigger than a speck. And he had a sister who went by Aunt Katie, and she had a lot of different names, but her last name was Weeks. And she also had another sister whose brother was somewhat of a famous chef, and there was a hotel restaurant near Saratoga Springs in the next town called Boston Spa. So there's 3 different versions, and there's a lot more, but I'll give you the 3 big ones. So the first version is that George Crum, who was very well known as a hunter and could cook anything, and had worked in different restaurants, but then had his own. He went to work for a place called Moon's Lake House, which was on Saratoga Lake, and people would bring all kinds of exotic animals to have him cook because he liked the challenge. And so legend has it that Commodore Vanderbilt, the head of the Vanderbilt family that made their fortune in the railroads and that, came to Saratoga Springs and dined there, and he ordered steak and French fries. And not once, but twice, the Commodore complained that the French fries were too thick and not well done enough. And George was quite an honorary person, and so what happened was he got upset, so he took out his razor. He took the razor, cut the potatoes razor thin, put them in lard, deep fried them, and poured a ton of salt on them, thinking that he would upset the customer, that he wouldn't like them. And to his surprise, the customer liked them. So that's called the disgruntled customer story. And that's the one that's most popular. But, as I used to say, that don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Right. Yeah.
And so the next thing was that at one point his sister Katie was working together with him, and she accidentally dropped a potato into a donut, or they called it a cruller machine. And it got deep fried. They cut it open, and they said, "Oh, these are really good. We'll have more of them." So it was an accident. And then the third story is that George and his sister and their brother-in-law were working at this hotel restaurant in the next town, and that they experimented with a lot of different recipes, and it was more of an evolution than a revolution, so that they had worked on it. And then when George got hired to go to Moon's Lake House, he debuted it there when he became the head chef there. And there's a lot of other versions, but those are the 3 most common.
Do we know which one is the most likely to be true?
Well, I think the bottom line in terms of the truth is that none of them are true.
Okay.
Because what happened is there was a Dr. Kitchener in London. And so what happened is the Saratoga story all dates around 1853. But in 1816, which was a number of years before then, obviously, this Dr. Kitchener put out a book called The Cook's Oracle. It was sort of a recipe book. And he had a recipe for potato shavings, which were essentially potato chips. So the bottom line is nobody knows where or when this chip was invented, and it's possible that more than one person independently invented it without the other people knowing that it had already been invented somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, is this a situation, so it sounds like you moved to Saratoga Springs, you caught wind of the history there and the stories and the folklore and all of that, and that kind of got you hooked? Is that what kind of got you down this path here?
Yeah, I met a man who had worked for a very famous photographer. You have to remember, at one point in time, Saratoga Springs had the 2 largest hotels in the world. And back in the 1800s, America was sort of a Puritan society, and you weren't supposed to take vacations. They were frowned upon. So what a lot of these wealthy people did is they went to their doctors and they gave them prescriptions to go to Saratoga Springs, which had a lot of different water springs. And so they would go there, they would walk, and they would drink the water, and that was their excuse for getting away. And because of the fact that it was so popular, the two biggest hotels and all these wealthy people there, it was really the first place that all the paparazzi came.
Oh.
So there was a lot of photographs. And one of the people who was worked for as an assistant for one of the famous photographers had gathered a lot of these pictures. And when I met him, he told me all the story, and he had some medical issues, and he had all these original photographs. And so I ended up buying them from him, and that's how it started.
Wow. But now, looking back on your resume on LinkedIn, you went to law school, right?
Yes, I went to Syracuse University, undergrad and law school.
And kind of worked in that field for quite a while, right?
Yeah, for like 35 years as a tax lawyer.
Wow. Did you ever think my future is in chips?
Well,
computer chips.
Maybe I had worked for a computer company, so
there
maybe
it
computer
is.
chips, but never in potato chips.
What was this? This fascinates me for a number of reasons. One being, you start out and you're kind of, it sounds like you've got this interest in potato chips, and again, kind of the history and the stories surrounding it. And, we'll get into kind of how the potato chip has maybe changed or developed over the years. But at some point, we will go online and look on Wikipedia if something, kind of piques our interests, and do a little research, and then we kind of, leave it there and move on to the next thing. Something about this hooked you. I would assume that you liked potato chips before this even became a thing for you. But what I guess, again, propelled you down the path to just like, I'm so focused on this, I find this interesting, I'm going to follow the history and kind of become the expert on this? Because that is, in some ways, a decision, but in other ways, I assume it just kind of took off for you. How did that all kind of play out?
Well, I have a curiosity, and what happened was I was sort of curious by the fact that the first generic name of all potato chips were the Saratoga chip.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother always told me everything in moderation, but I never really paid attention. So I started doing research to find out, and find out everything I could about it. And what's interesting is that while people had written up stories about Saratoga, they never had really looked at the whole global thing and how it expanded and how the name was used everywhere. And so I started doing that and sort of realized that I was doing a pioneer on things that nobody had ever done. I thought that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting because I had been a tax lawyer. And when you're a tax lawyer, what happens is you come up with very novel things that you don't want to get out in the public, because the IRS figures some of this stuff out and they'll shut it down. So you're basically like the rabbi who on the holiest day of the year plays hooky and goes out and plays golf, and he gets a hole in one, but because he wasn't supposed to be there, he can't tell anybody about it.
Yeah.
And then when you're doing this with the potato chip, it's like the greatest conversation starter. Everybody in the world, first of all, they all laugh because they think it's the biggest joke ever. But then when you bring out your business card and you show them, they think, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
And you have a website, but you also have a museum, right?
Well, I have a website. I have the largest collection of memorabilia. And what I do is I do a couple of different things. So I do museum exhibits, and then I also speak. So the biggest conference I ever did was for the AARP down in Florida at Orlando at SeaWorld. I always said that Flipper really enjoyed the show. but anyway, when I do that, I have all my materials on a PowerPoint thing, and I start out with the history, and then I show a lot of my memorabilia, and it's all done in a timeline, so it's chronological order. And when I got this AARP gig, they gave me 2 hours to speak, which is a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, what could I do to hold their attention? So I created like a 200-question potato chip trivia.
Okay.
So that was one of the things that kept them awake.
Give us
But I use my law school practice, which was, it's interactive. They just call on you. You don't wait for people to raise your hands. You call on people randomly.
Right.
So it's interactive. Hopefully it's entertaining and it's educational. And I dispense a lot of humor and, it's a stream of consciousness. Even when I write my blog, sometimes it might be a name and then I'll think about all these things that related to my names. So to give you an example, my father and I, we didn't necessarily, at the time that he was alive, have the same musical taste. But the one artist that sort of we both agreed on was great was Neil Diamond. And so he had, his famous song, Sweet Caroline, and everybody sings in the chorus, so good, so good. And so there was a company out in St. Louis, So Good Potato Chips. So when I started writing about that, I reminisced about that story about So Good, and my father and I both liking Neil Diamond, and I built the whole blog post around that.
Oh.
Yeah, it sounds fun. So you mentioned the trivia, and did you say you had 200 questions on the trivia thing? Did I hear that right?
That's right.
That's a lot of questions. Don't give us all 200, please. But do you have a couple on there that you have maybe just off the top of your head that might be interesting for people? Because I think those are questions that probably lead us down a path of learning more about things too, right? Which is the idea.
Right, and some of them are very hard. So, but I'll give you a couple of them, okay?
Yeah.
So, let's see. So my very first question I ever came up with was, what does the potato chip have in common with the Wizard of Oz?
Oh.
Ooh. I want to say like the year, same time it came out.
I would have no idea. That's better guess than I've got. What is it, Alan?
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
It has to do with a character.
Okay.
Or the person who played one of the characters in the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, okay. So we're talking. We're probably talking Dorothy. We're talking. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank now.
I wouldn't know their actual names.
Help us out, Alan.
Okay, well, the answer is Burt Lawler, who played the Cowardly Lion.
Okay.
He was the very first pitch person for Lay's famous Bet You Can't Eat Just One campaign.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's interesting.
That's a good one. What else you got?
Well, what popular song, and this goes back, I'll give you a hint, it was famous by Sinatra, but includes potato chips in its lyrics.
Oh, my goodness. Not My Way. I'm trying to go through the Sinatra catalog.
It's not one of his real famous songs, but it's a very famous song.
Okay. I think you stumped us again. What is it?
So it was How About You? So it goes, I like New York in June. How about you?
Okay.
I like a Gershwin tune. How about you? And it says, I like a fireside when the storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight, and motor trips. How about you?
There it is. So the thing that strikes me when you're talking about this and the trivia questions is that there is a place in American history for the potato chip because it has been around for a while. And as you said earlier, I think most everybody likes them or some variation of them. Is this a uniquely American invention? And I know you mentioned there was, talk of 1816, I think, and in the UK, the potato chip maybe being invented there. But it seems to me that the U.S. is where it really kind of took off. And from there, is that the springboard to going to other countries and being introduced there? Is that
yes? It became popularized, even though it might not have been invented in Saratoga Springs. It definitely became popularized there because of the fact that all the chips were named Saratoga chips. But just to give you a couple of examples, you mentioned the history. So what happened is the oldest established company, which just a couple of years ago was sold. It was called Mike Sells, and it was in Dayton, Ohio. And D.W. Mike Sell, he started selling chips that he would make in his house, and he would deliver them by his bicycle. And so since he was in Dayton, Ohio, when his bicycle broke, where do you think he took it to fix it?
Took it to the factory?
Have any idea who owned the bike shop in Dayton, Ohio?
Oh, the Wright brothers.
The Wright brothers.
Yeah.
So he took it to the Wright brothers. Yep. So that's sort of an interesting thing. And another interesting thing is Saratoga Springs had a lot of illegal casinos that were run by Meyer Lansky and all of the people, that were in the mob. and they were all in upstate New York before Las Vegas. And one of their buddies from out in Illinois came to visit them, and his name was Alphonse Capone.
Mm-hmm.
And he discovered potato chips, and so he went back to Chicago, and he had these people named Eugenia and Leonard Japp, J-A-P-P, and they basically supplied all of his illegal speakeasies with candies and nuts. And so he called them up, and he said, we're going into the Saratoga chip business. So I wrote a blog about that. It was called An Offer They Couldn't Refuse.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because later on, during World War II, it wasn't very good to have a name called Japp, J-A-P-P, so they changed it to J's. So they talk about whenever the Teamsters or whatever had strikes, and that the one company that never had a strike was J's, because it was somewhat controlled by Mr. Capone.
Yeah. And that would have been obviously in the early days of his operation there. So at that point, potato chips or Saratoga chips or Toga chip, they were not. It doesn't sound like they were kind of a widespread household thing. If he hadn't really known about them, right?
No, what happened was a lot of them were made in a home, by people, and they were distributed locally. So, for example, Grandma Moses, the famous artist, what happened is that before she moved to upstate New York, and they have a museum for her nearby Vermont, she lived in North Carolina, and she supported her family by making Saratoga chips.
Interesting. When did it take off, where every store has it? And you've got entire aisles in the grocery store now devoted to chips. Obviously, it wasn't always like that. When did it sort of become a household item?
Well, what happened was there was no national company. So Herman Lay bought a company that was based in Chamblee outside of Atlanta in Georgia. And then later on, he merged with Frito-Lay, which was started by Charles Doolin. And that was the first national company that they had. And that's when, you could get this, they could distribute it all over the lot.
Interesting, yeah.
How have chips changed over the years? I know, looking on your website, I think the photo that comes up on the homepage, they used to come in like a tin?
Well, originally they came in barrels, and that's where you always got the expression, the bottom of the barrel, because one of the problems with chips is that they had a limited shelf life, and they would get rancid. So if it was sitting on the bottom of the barrel, it probably wasn't very good. But then what happened was, what happened is, you have to remember that supermarkets were a lot different than they are today. So they were sort of like a drugstore when you go into the pharmacy. So you had the counter, and everything was behind the counter, and the clerk would get you whatever you needed. You didn't go down aisles. And so they had sometimes they had barrels, and then they had these other things like sometimes big glass containers that the chips were in, or they had these display cases, which I have a lot of them, and you would have a big scoop, and you would take them, and you would put them in a bag or something, and they'd weigh them, and you'd take them home.
Interesting.
And it was interesting like a couple of the big inventions that are still very prevalent in potato chips were created both by Herman Lay and Charles Doolin, who started Frito-Lay. And one of the things were, what the end cap is in the supermarket?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So what happened was when Herman Lay was buying up all these companies, he would really he realized that if you went in and you displayed these things on an end cap instead of somewhere else, you would get a much higher volume of purchases. So he created the end cap.
Marketing.
And another thing was, as I said, they used to have like these different jars and stuff. And so what would happen was when people would put the scoop in the jar, it would sort of jingle, so they couldn't make sure that nobody was stealing anything. But then what happened was Charles Doolin, he created what's known as impulse shopping. You know how when you go to the supermarket today and you see the candy near the cashier?
Yes.
I'm familiar with that problem, yes.
Well, he created the chip clip where they would have the potato chips all displayed right by the cash register, so people who were going in for other things would see them and buy them without having gone into the store, intending to buy them in the first place.
So Mr. Lay, and we know his name obviously because it's on bags of chips everywhere still. Sounds like he was the first one to realize that this is a money-making venture that he could kind of, jump into.
Yeah. Now, what happened is what happened was he merged with Frito-Lay, and then he sold the company to Pepsi. And
Right.
Pepsi, he became the biggest shareholder in Pepsi and became chairman of the board of Pepsi.
Gotcha. So this was, what year roughly was this where it started to become, an item that you would see in every supermarket? Was this
Well,
post-war?
it probably really got everywhere like by 1960, but it started before that.
And I imagine those early chips were just like basic plain potato chips, right? I mean, flavors probably weren't part of the equation back then.
Right. I mean, there were, basically there's three major ingredients. There's the potato, there's an oil, and there's salt. Now, they vary in terms of what kind of potatoes they use, what kind of salt they use, and what kind of oil. So today, people are using more healthy things like avocado oil. They've gone away from things like lard and that. And but the Irish, there was a company over in Ireland that came up with, some of the original flavors.
Oh, is that right? So they were the first company to kind of realize, hey, we can do something a little bit different with this.
Right. And then later on, people came up with barbecue and
Sour cream and
flavors.
onion and all those things.
Right. And it's interesting how things have changed because years ago when you went into the supermarket, you could only buy plain chips, but they would have different like spices that you could then sprinkle on your chips. And that's how you could make them. But now you see all the chips come, pre-made like that.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Catskills, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American.
One more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom.
Honored for their sacrifice.
Never forgotten.
Always remembered.
Through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Talk to us about the flavors. Like, when did that ramp up? And I mean,
The
nowadays
explosion,
it's like
everywhere.
I mean, there's every kind of flavor under the sun.
Yeah.
Well, Lay's, just to put it in perspective, they have like probably 70% or more of the global market. And so they have these competitions every year where in each country people recommend different flavors that they should make. And, like in Japan and Korea and all over the world. And so they pick 2 or 3 each year from each country. And then what's happening is they're proliferating, and people are, getting them in the U.S. or trying some things that might come up with seaweed or something in Japan.
Yep. And
when your original question, about ketchup, ketchup was always very popular in Canada. It was I don't think it came into about 1970. There was a company called Hostess that originally introduced it. But for whatever reason, whenever they tried to market in the U.S., there was never much demand. It's somewhat cultural. But there's a regional company out of Pennsylvania called Herr's, Herr apostrophe S. And they're one of the companies that do market a ketchup-flavored chip.
Alan,
you name it, there's probably those flavored chips now.
Alan, you just made my day. I didn't realize that we did actually still sell ketchup-flavored chips in the United States. I'm going to go on the search after this.
If you go to the Herr's website, you'll find them.
I'm writing that down right now.
That's something I always have to get my family to bring over.
Yeah, they don't have it here. You mentioned Korea.
And all those companies have websites, so even if you're not close to where they're located, you can order online.
Yeah.
You mentioned Korea. I lived in Korea for a while, and there was a rage when these honey butter chips came out. It must have been like 2013 or 2014, and everybody was trying to buy them. And it was like, you couldn't find them anywhere because there was a thing, and they've got, octopus flavored chips and shrimp flavored, lots of flavor. That was my first experience kind of seeing these off the wall flavors that, are out there that you don't really see here in the United States or in Canada, I would assume as well. But you're seeing those now. What are some of the weirder chip flavors or, weirder chip, I guess maybe not weird is not the right word, but just less common or
surprising.
Things that have kind of made you raise your eyebrows.
There's so many. There's a company that started, it was called Atomic Chips. It was somewhere out, I think it might have been Utah, I'm not sure. And, they a lot of times what happens is people send me chips. I'm not necessarily promoting anybody's chips, but they want me to either review them or at least make.
Is this the one chip challenge thing, where it's like a really spicy chip?
No. What happened is he sent me like 40 different varieties. Some of them were okay, and other ones were like so weird I couldn't even eat them. It all becomes on your personal preference and what you taste, what you like.
So you do eat a lot of chips, then. It's not like you're just doing the history. You're also eating.
And
chips.
You're getting sent chips.
Yeah,
I went to my doctor recently, and he said, "Well, you have a lot of salt." And I said, "What a surprise! The Toga chip guy has salt."
There's a reason for that, for sure.
Yeah. I am curious, as someone who yourself has tried a lot of chips. What is your favorite flavor of chips?
That's one of the 2 most common questions I get. The answer is the Cape Cod 40% less fat.
Ah.
Just the
now, I'll give you a little trivia question. Who owns Cape Cod potato chips?
It's not me or Ashley, I can tell you that. Tell us.
Campbell's Soup.
Oh, okay.
I did not know that.
All right.
You said that's one of the 2 most popular questions. What's the other question you get?
There was a company called the Charles Chips that used to have this home delivery thing, and what would happen is that you could get tins of both potato chips, pretzels, different types of popcorn, chocolate chip cookies, and it was very successful for a while. And the tins were basically loaned to you, and it ended up not being sustainable because the aluminum became very expensive, and then whenever they had to recycle them, they had to clean them out, and they had to transportation bringing them back empty. So it didn't work out. So that died, but you can still get them in certain, like the Fresh Market or the Vermont Country Store and some other places. It's not the same people who were making them. Originally, it was a company called Musser's, Musser apostrophe S, that was down in Pennsylvania that marketed that way. And by coincidence, in the town I grew up in New Jersey, the people who I knew had a big distributor, and then they moved out to L.A. and brought it out there, and it was doing really well. And then, as I said, the whole structure sort of fell apart. It became non-economical.
Is the question that you get related to that? Or
Yeah, because everybody remembers. There's a lot of
I
nostalgia
see.
in terms of people remembering. Before long, people were paying like the amount of a mortgage for all this stuff, and they kept ordering more and more, and didn't realize how expensive it was getting. Sort of like your cable bill creeps up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like an addiction. You mentioned, I think earlier, that you are married. What does your wife
I wondered that
think
as
about
well.
all of this? Is she on board?
Well, basically, she made me get a huge storage room.
Yeah.
She was tired of looking at
because
chips.
I had to declutter the house.
Yeah.
It was either getting rid of a lot of my stuff or I would have to leave.
Yeah. I can
But she's pretty flexible, but everybody has their limits.
Yes, that's for
But
sure.
I can tell you she's great, because what happened was I did this museum exhibit a couple years ago, and what happened is somebody came up and they, from far away, a few hours away, past Cooperstown, where the Baseball Hall of Fame is, and they said, well, there's going to be this country auction, and one of the items on there is a wooden crate from one of the very first potato chip companies going back to the 1800s. And I was going to be out of town. So my wife went out there early in the morning. She had to leave like at 4 o'clock in the morning to get there when it opened. And she bought it for me.
Aw.
Oh, that's sweet.
That is sweet.
It's interesting, too, because when I started out, and I can tell you a couple of stories. So when I started out, everybody, and I would call up and I would say I was a potato chip historian, and they'd all laugh and like hang up the phone and everything. It was a big joke. Now I get calls from all over the world, because people will be cleaning out their grandmother's attic or something, and they're finding this stuff, and they call me up and they say, well, what is this worth? And so what actually happens most of the time is I'll look at it, I'll give them an idea, and I'll tell them, it's probably worth more to me than it is to anybody else. And if you ever consider selling it, let me know what you think is a fair price.
And that's how you get a lot of your stuff.
I had seen this one thing where this guy who was a famous chef in Knoxville, Tennessee, and his grandmother lived on the Outer Banks in North Carolina, and this old potato chip mandolin cutter had actually washed up on the shore and had it was really excellent condition. So he wrote an article about it, and I found it when I was doing some web research. And so we talked about it, and I said to him, well, the same thing I just told you, have you ever thought about selling it? And he said, well, I never really have thought about it. So I said, why don't you think about it and give me a call? And I had to be honest with you, forgotten about it. Then he called me maybe 2 months later, and he said, I decided that I really don't need it. So I said, well, what's the fair price? Because my wife is a commercial realtor, and she always tells me never be the first one to tell the price, because the other person might offer you more.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, well, how about $100? So I thought that was really cheap. So I said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you $200 and we'll both be happy.
Wow.
So I end up buying a lot of stuff. Sometimes, people want a lot more money than it's worth. And, but that, that's sort of what happens is I acquire a lot of stuff that way. But the interesting thing is we were talking about how it used to be a joke. So when I turned 65, my wife's family bought tickets for me and her to see Steve Martin and Martin Short.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was the guy who used to be the band leader for David Letterman, Paul Schaefer, he was accompanying them. He came into the audience and randomly picked me out to do Chevy Chase's role in The Three Amigos and do the dance with them.
Nice.
So Martin Short says to me, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a potato chip historian. So Steve Martin goes, what a coincidence. We had one of you last night. And so that whole show, even when I went back to my seat, he kept making jokes about it all night long.
That's
So it was really funny, just goes to show.
And I assume you got a picture or video of that. That's a great interaction.
I have a picture. What happened was they made such a stink that if you had a camera, my wife got a picture that they would seize your phone.
Yeah.
And then I did call to see whether or not they had anybody had taped it, and they didn't. But I'm going to see them December 4th. They're coming back to Albany, so maybe they'll do that again, and
See
maybe
if he
I'll
remembers you.
do an encore.
Yeah.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
You mentioned your collection. I'm curious, do you have like a certain item that is really unique or that's maybe your favorite, or what would
Well,
be...
there's so many, but it's sort of interesting. What had happened was at one point in time, I called down to the Snack Food Association, which is in suburban Washington, D.C., and they told me that the person who founded the association, a man named Harvey Noss, he had died, but his son at the time was in his late 80s. And his son's name was Donald Noss. And Donald had recently lost both his wife and his daughter to cancer, and they said he was really in a bad way, but he really enjoyed talking about the potato chips, so it would be a good deed if I would call him up. So I called him up, and we hit it off really well, and we had like phone pals. We were talking all the time, and then he invited me out to suburban Cleveland, Ohio, which is where the Snack Food Association began. And every morning, we would get up and we would drive like an hour and a half, and we'd go meet all these old-time, they call them chippers, people who were in the business. And what had happened was they saw me as a young kid, even because they were all like in their 80s and stuff. And it was sort of a handshake agreement. They said, well, you know, if you would perpetuate the stories of our family's business, we'll give you all this memorabilia that never saw the day, you know, the light of day. So I started writing. When I came up with my website, there's a section in there called Building an Industry where I profile a lot of the companies. And sometimes people actually hire me to do the biography of their companies, you know, even more so than I can do a better job sometimes than they can. It's sort of interesting.
Is there, you've got a lot of items, it sounds like. Is there an item that's like your white whale, the thing that you got your eye on, and you're like, man, I really wish I could get my hands on that?
There's a few. There's a thing. There was a company called Fox's Potato Chips. It's a picture. It looks like a combination of Abe Lincoln's face on a fox. And it's when the potato chips were first coming out, there was an exposition down in New York City where they were inviting grocers and hotels and other people to learn about potato chips. So that's one of the really cool things. And then I have, what was always sort of the holy grail was there's this Aunt Jemima Saratoga chip machine, potato chipper. And what happened was I had seen a catalog for antiques that mentioned it, but I could never find a picture of any of it. And then eventually I did get a picture from a different catalog. And I was talking at one of my presentations, and somebody, it was a big line that people come up afterwards to ask you questions. And somebody came up and said, well, I have one of these at home. But by the time that they came back again after the line, they had left. So I never was able to get it. So I have a picture of what it looks like, but that's like sort of the holy grail.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Fox potato chips. Do you know where those are created?
That was in New York City.
Okay.
So what happens is when you go to my website, I put up a lot of different things. I like to make up my own words. So I have a section called Chipsapes, which is recipes for chips and dips. Mm-hmm. And then I have a building and industry. I have chips in the news, and that's two types. There's hard news about potato chips, and then there's anecdotal, humorous news. So you might find like a pelican flies into a convenience store and grabs a bunch of bags in its beak and flies out. And stories like that, or a beer truck collides with a potato chip truck and there's beer and potato chips all over the road. Or, even things where people try to sneak things through. And and a lot of these things, I'll write blogs, but the real, what I would say the crown jewel, I don't put on my website. I keep it in a PowerPoint that's not published, because once you lose control of it, you don't have you're losing all the value that you have in terms of your presentation.
Mm-hmm. You had a light bulb moment
well,
there, Ashley.
The reason I asked about Fox potato chips, so I used to live in Maine, and it was in a silver bag, potato chips. I think they were Fox. I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, there's a company in Maine called Fox's, yes.
Yes, okay. They are like a Maine staple. They are very, very good. That was like something.
But that's not related to this company.
That's why I asked. So.
Yeah. Your recall with these things, Alan, is just
very
remarkable.
Impressive.
Your knowledge.
Well, people always tell me I had a good memory, so.
Well, you do.
Yeah, I think it
really
checks
do.
out for sure. Yeah.
So since you're in the trucking industry, when I do an exhibit, I have a whole section of, different delivery trucks, going back from the beginning, bicycles to, when they used to have horse and wagons, to a lot of other things. And I sort of do it in a way where I'll have a picture, for example, of Salt Lake City in 1900. And in the distance, you can see a horse and wagon underneath where the cable cars are and that. And then when I blow it up, it'll have some kind of company's name on it, but it'll say Saratoga Chips. There's a picture of it in Chicago at the Haymarket and that, and a bunch of other things. And so it's sort of like people really love seeing that. They really enjoy that, and they enjoy seeing the various cars. And it's just so cool, because I'm able to relate everything to the potato chip. If you really look at it, I find, that there were some songs that were written about potato chips. People like to see how the various logos, and also how people dress during the day.
Yeah,
and it was interesting. I have a picture from a college in Oregon, and people were all dressed to the hilt, and they're sitting around in a picnic eating potato chips. And when you blow up the picture and turn it upside down, you can see on the box, it says Saratoga Chips.
Oh wow!
We're I'm curious about this, because you've obviously put a lot of thought into this, and the potato chip has evolved and changed and improved in a lot of ways over the past 100+ years. What's the future of the potato chip? Do you foresee any changes?
Well, there's a lot of changes going on now, because GLP drugs, and people are some people are not as hungry and not craving that stuff anymore. There's a big health thing. Anything that goes on, AI, people are trying to find ways to reduce the waste that comes out of the potato chips, make them healthier, different flavors, even the packaging, it needs to be sustainable. And I put all this stuff in the chip news section of my website, and I share that. I'll tell you another interesting story, because every time I acquire something, there's a story behind it.
Yeah.
So there was this company called Williams Potato Chips, and they were out of Portland and up in the Pacific Northwest. And they had a package where they would wrap the chips in like cellophane and then put them inside a box. And there was a woman who was an attorney in London, and she told me that her company was in a different industry, was being sued for patent infringement, and that she could prove, if she could prove that this type of packaging that I described existed before 1970, that she would win the thing. So I sent her, I had like 4 boxes, so I sent her, and they're from 1944, and the chips originally were in there. I wouldn't eat them because I'm sure they'd probably kill you.
Yeah, please don't. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so she ended up winning her lawsuit because of that.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
One of the things you'd mentioned earlier about, logos and whatnot, I know you had said earlier when we were talking about people contacting you from all over the world, and I'd seen one of the blogs that you did message me about the little trucks that the gentleman paints. Tell me about that.
Yeah, well, he contacted me. He has a hobby. He makes model trucks and of two different types of industries. One was milk trucks, and the other one was potato chip delivery trucks. And then he wants them to be as authentic as possible. So he gets these models that are, completely blank. And then he contacted me to try to figure out if I had the original logos for these companies. And I'm able to get him a lot of stuff. And then he uses it, and he basically, makes a model of them. And I sent you, he's done a whole bunch of them.
That's cool.
And it's just his hobby.
Yeah.
And another guy who was very interesting was the person who was an engineer for Boeing. He lived out in Seattle. His first name was also Alan. And he had a wild sense of humor. But he bought an old Dickies potato chip truck. And it was really in bad shape, but he was restoring it all. So he wanted everything, from Dickies, which is a company that was, I think, based out in New Orleans, but it's hard to find a lot of stuff on them right now. So I got him what he was looking for, and then a tin came available, and it was, as I said, it's very rare. So I said to him, I'm going to get you a surprise, and I was bidding on it. And then the next thing I know, anonymous bidder is bidding against me, and it ended up being him.
Mm-hmm.
So he paid a lot more than I was going to give it to him as a gift.
Yeah, you should have probably talked to each other before.
He didn't trust that it was going to be me, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned your museum there. Is this something that anybody can kind of come and check out?
Well, like I have a very large storage area, and it's like a mobile museum. So what I do is I arrange, like, for 2 years in a row, I think it was 2016 and 17, we did the Chip Festival in Saratoga Springs. We had it in the big convention center called the City Center, and we had every company in the U.S. come, even those that didn't market in the Northeast, because we had the dean of the famous Culinary Institute of America was the head judge, and we had all these famous chefs, and I partnered with the Lions Club, by the way. And what they did was they judged these chips in 14 different categories. And everybody wanted to get the marketing rights, for the best chip in the various categories so they could use it for their marketing. So we got all these different companies to come. And so the first year, I said they gave me some space, but I could only put a small portion of my collection. The next year I had a 40 by 40 space, and I got a lot more of my collection in that. And then I've done different places where like the Saratoga County History Center. I had a big exhibit there for a few months, and I'm always, talking to different people. I started talking to the Smithsonian several years ago, but they move at a glacier pace, so I don't know if anything is going to happen in my lifetime.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, places like the Smithsonian probably are interested in what you've got.
Well, what I try to tell them is, I can get them sponsors, and I personally think you can get a lot of people to come in the door for the potato chip that wouldn't necessarily come into, the museum for any other purpose.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
It's a loss leader.
Yeah.
Well, Alan, this has just been absolutely fascinating. I'm curious if you have any final words, thoughts, interesting facts.
Well, I mean, it's amazing to me just how much you can relate everything to the potato chip one way or another. I'm constantly doing research and finding all the developments that are going on. And, I post something every single day on my Facebook page, which, again, is Toga Chip Guy. But I also have, if you go to togachipguy.com, that's my website. I have my blog is up there, and just amazing amount of stuff that you can relate to the potato chip. And it's everybody's interested in it. It brings back a lot of nostalgia. And what you also find out is whatever potato chip people grew up eating is the one that they like the most as they get older.
That makes sense.
So there's a lot of flavors, that varied across the country.
The chip unites us.
Yes.
It brings us together. And I think that's
I mean, you think
nice
about
thought.
things like Super Bowls and other types of things where everybody gets together. That's sort of the common food.
Mm-hmm.
And Super Bowl Sunday, by far, is the biggest day for chips, even bigger than like the 4th of July.
That makes me wonder, Alan, is there a dip expert? And can you team up with them to become the chip and dip experts?
Well, I have, like when I said I have this section called Chipsapes, I do talk about chips and dip recipes.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you're the guy.
I don't know.
Yeah, I try to cover every base.
Cover all the bases, for sure.
Yeah, well, Alan, we appreciate it. We appreciate
Yes.
all that you do. We have definitely learned a lot. And we appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you.
Well, it was a pleasure talking and to both of you and meeting you.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.